Hey, everybody. So it looks like we are live. Hope the audio is coming through all right on y'all's end. How's everybody doing tonight? Let me just get a couple things ready here. Cool. So, hope everybody's well. I know we got a bunch of craziness happening out in the world right now. So, good to have everybody here to have a couple drams this evening. I have some Knob Creek 12 in the glass and going to enjoy a few sips of this as we get started tonight. Kind of leaning more on some bourbons, as I will tell you in a little bit. I got a box of whiskey sent to me from my brother in Milwaukee. So had a couple bottles in it and a couple samples. And so I'm excited to open that up tonight and see what else we have to taste. But in the meantime, I'm warming up with a couple different bourbons. What I got in the glass right now is the Knob Creek 12-year-old. This is 50% ABV. This one came out a little bit late last year. These are two whiskeys that I actually just did reviews for that'll be coming up soon. And the Glenmorangie Cadboll Estate 15-year-old. It's matured in American bourbon cask. So we'll sip on these for a little bit, see what's going on. Oh, I see Mr. French is in the house. Hey, Eric. I got some Four Roses small batch select in the glass. Cheers. Oh, right on. Well, cheers to you and your health, French. Hope everything's good with you. I have actually not had the Four Roses small batch select, so I'm not actually even sure how good that is. I know it's a mix of some of their mash bills or something like that, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't been able to find a bottle of it here, and there's not really anywhere to shop here in the Philadelphia area anymore. So, in any event, I hope you're enjoying that. This Knob Creek 12 actually is an interesting one. I do have a review that's going to pop up relatively soon, as I've been spending a little time getting some whiskeys that I've been sipping on and taking notes for, getting some review videos ready for those, as well, there's not a whole lot else to do these days. So I'm expecting a lot more whiskey content actually across everybody that's doing videos on YouTube, and including myself. So yeah, the Knob Creek 12 and this Glenmorangie Cadboll Estate 15. This is also really, really good. As you can see, I've put some work into this one already, but quite enjoying it. It's a pretty tasty bottle, and the whiskey itself, I think, is something like in that $80 range, something like that. So it is, not necessarily limited, even though they say it's limited, but looks like we got two folks on already. So cool. Feel free to say hi in the chat. I'll be getting into this sample bottle probably in the next 30 minutes or something. But for now, going to spend some time with this Knob Creek 12. This is an interesting bottle, actually. I was curious when it came out, honestly, kind of like why. And the reason being is that Knob Creek, they went away from their age statements a few years ago. I think it was 2015, during the kind of bourbon shortage crisis, quote unquote, situation that they had going in Kentucky. And their regular small batch, which is kind of the standard whiskey you can find on any shelf, used to have an age statement on it. It was 50% ABV, like all the Knob Creek stuff in that line from Jim Beam. But they went away from the age statement. I'm not sure actually even if it's coming back, but I hope so. But they did this 12-year, and which is, I'm assuming they just sat on a couple of barrels, or a lot of barrels rather, for quite some time to do it as a 12-year. But the interesting thing about it is, Knob Creek has been doing a couple different like special releases. Last year they did one called the Quarter Oak. So I think it was just regular Knob Creek bourbon that was then finished in, I think it was a finish. It was in quarter oak casks. So in other words, imparting more of that oaky, woody, tannic notes into the whiskey. And that one was good. It came out, I think, mid to late 2019. And then they had what I think was right after that was this 12-year. And the 12-year is an interesting one because they do a single barrel reserve, which is, I think, something like $50 a bottle. It's 60% ABV. They never took the age statement off that. That's also 9 years. But I think the thing about it that was really unique is that the Knob Creek, and well, I guess it's Jim Beam, but Knob Creek's, they have a really strong store pick selection program where a whole bunch of liquor stores pretty much across the country, I think, participate in some of their barrel pick programs where you can get the Knob Creek single barrel upwards of $50, but it's older. So some of them are just store picks still at the 9 years, but they definitely have a bunch where you can get them much older. So I've seen some of these Knob Creek single barrel picks for around 10-year. I've seen some 13-year, 12-year. I mean, even 15-year. I think 15-year is the oldest I've actually ever seen. And the good thing about it is they're actually even more inexpensive than this 12. I think most of them you get for $45, $50. So it's kind of like, why would I spend, $5 to $10 more for less age statement in some cases and like 10% less ABV? That said, this is a really solid bourbon. I enjoy it quite a bit. And I think, price rise is just the thing that's going to get you. You're going to get the allure of the age statement on this 12-year Knob Creek, but I really think that at the end of the day, keeping your eyes open for those barrel pick, single barrel releases from Knob Creek that are barrel picks, you'll probably be able to get an even better deal. And plus they're 10% more ABV, so you're in pretty good shape. So my review on this one, I think, is going to be up probably in the next week. No, I think it might actually be coming up tomorrow. So check that out if you're at all interested in this type of stuff. It's a good bottle. I'm just not sure it's worth the price. It's a decision you always got to make. I don't think whiskey is just as good as its price, but I do think price plays a part in it, as most folks, you're making a choice between not having a ton of money to blow on a bottle of whiskey. You want to make a choice you're getting the best bang for your buck. And so this 12-year is really solid, but is it the best bang for your buck? To be decided. So after this, I'm going to do a little bit more of this Cadwell Estate. Like I said, I got a review of this one coming up probably in the next week or so too, but this is all bourbon, Glenmorangie, 15-year-old, 43% ABV. Really nice bottle. So I'll do a little sip on that a little bit, and then relatively soon we will crack open this box of samples that I got, and we can see what's going on with those. So Whiskey Sneerson's in the house. Sneerson, how you doing? He says, howdy, Rabbit or Muser. Yeah, I'm fine with still being called Rabbit. I know that's kind of how I built my channel initially, but either way, hey Sneerson, nice to see you. Hope your Sunday's going well so far. Given all the craziness going on, I hope you're staying safe and healthy and all that jazz. Be interested to hear what's in your glass. French is in the house, who's got some of this Four Roses small batch select in a glass, which I've actually never had. I think this is a relatively new Four Roses bourbon pick, or bourbon. I'm not sure if it's actually going to be something that they release all the time, but I know it's supposed to be. So the thing about Four Roses is they do this, these barrel proof releases that come, mostly they're from stores. You can't just get them at any old store. The store's got to participate in it. But they have like 10 different mash bills for all the Four Roses bourbon. So you can kind of try a whole bunch of them. I actually have a couple of those, which I did a review of one of them. I want to say this was, God, well over a year ago. I've had a bunch of them over the years. I think I got another one that I'm going to do a review of relatively soon. I haven't just got it, so I haven't opened it yet. But it is the thing about those barrel picks is that it's, yeah, not only do you get, there's 10 distinct mash bills. Their regular single barrel has a mash bill that they use for it all the time, but all the other mash bills that they have, you can get them at a different different ABV. They all have different profiles. It has a different I think you can get different ages too. Most of the Four Roses barrel pick that I've seen, you know, they can be as young as around 8 years, and then some of them can get upwards of I mean, upwards of 12, maybe even 13. I've actually never seen a 13 in the wild, but I have seen a 12. I just recently got one that's an 11 year, which I think is going to be a pretty good bourbon, just because it's got that age on it. So, oh, cool. Vanessa Kitty's in the house. Hey, Vanessa, raise a glass to you. How are you doing? Hope you're staying safe and healthy and all that. Enjoying a good dram. We're doing a little Knob Creek 12 here. To kind of warm things up, I have a box of samples I'm going to open up, you know, relatively short order here, and we'll see what we got in the box. But yeah, so all that to say about the Four Roses is that this Four Roses Select that Mr. French said he was sipping on is supposed to be like a small batch version of the Four Roses mash bills, but I think it mixes 6 of the 10, something like that. I'm not quite sure. Sneerson drinking a 95. Oh, it's not 95-year-old, but it's a 5-year-old 90 Canadian whiskey, 100% corn. I think, but super good, creamy, mouthwatering, well balanced. I've actually never heard of that one. Is 90 is, I'm assuming, the name of the brand name, something like that. Yeah, haven't had that one before, but it sounds like it's probably pretty solid. I recently did another live stream like this, I want to say about a month ago, where Foodquig had sent me a box of Canadian whiskey samples. You know, in the States, I don't think we can find nearly as much good quality Canadian whiskey like folks up there can. But so I got a chance to drink like a 41-year-old, I think it was a 41. Yeah, I think it's like a 41-year-old Canadian Club, which was pretty amazing. There was a Pike Creek in there that was really, really good. A couple other ones, but I've not heard a 90 before. Is that something you find regularly on your shelves? 100% corn, you know, can't go wrong. I like the Canadian Club 100% rye if you've ever had that one, but I'm going to put a little bit more of this in the glass. The more I drink this, the more I really like it. Despite all the caveats I mentioned before about Knob Creek and the Barrel Select program, I think this 12 year is actually a really solid bourbon. I don't know if it's $55, $60 good, but you got to commend them for, you know, bringing back the age statement after they had went away from it for like the last couple of years with their standard release. It's good to at least see an age statement back on their bottles. Put a little water on this one. Vanessa Kitty, you drinking anything good tonight? I'm assuming most folks, I don't know how everything is affecting your work lives, but maybe folks don't have to work tomorrow, or maybe we're working from home, you know, who knows? I work from home for a living anyways, so my work schedule hasn't changed a whole lot, but I'm actually going to look. Oh, here's Sneerson just came back in on this. So he said 90 used to have a 20-year-old Highwood Distillers in Calgary. The 5-year-old is a staple on Quig's shelf. Oh, no kidding. I'll have to ask him about that. Next time he does send some samples, maybe he can get me one. Highwood Distillers in Calgary. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I can't say I've ever had that one before. But there's so much Canadian whiskey I've never had. And honestly, it's one of those types of whiskeys that it was never really high on my radar for a long time. And only recently I've kind of been expanding into it. I was much more of a bourbon and then definitely now Scotch, although tonight it's going to be all bourbon. Well, or bourbon influenced Scotch. I don't know if any of you guys were on earlier with Alan, the whiskey friend, but he ran into some crazy technical difficulties on his live stream. He was doing one around like 5 p.m. Eastern today. and his screen went black. I'm hoping there's not something wrong with, I don't know if he was using StreamYard like I am, but if he was, I'm hoping that we don't run into any similar issues if it's something with the platform or anything, but we'll keep going until we can. So with that, be curious to hear what, what kind of bottles everybody's been finding recently, if there's been anything interesting you've all ran into that you'd want to put on my radar. I'm actually not sure how things are going to be. I've been getting some emails from some local places across the river in New Jersey where I usually go to hunt for bourbons and scotches, considering that PA in general is all across the state. It's all government stores. So you can still find good stuff, but if they don't carry it, period, that's all you end up with is what they have. And so I usually go across the river. And so a lot of stores they're shutting down their in-person shopping. They're doing curbside. Some of them I think might still be online, but I think online is going to be the place to go these days. I can't imagine most places are going to be open. Philly just put out their order to stand down, things like that. So basically shelter in place order. So I'm not sure what's going to be open. Sneerson says, what's in the vape? It's just a really low level tobacco flavor. This is it's a e-juice called Halo Tribeca. It's basically smooth tobacco. I quit smoking last year and have been kind of just using the vape to get me by as I wean down. This is actually really low on the nicotine level. I think it's just 3 milligrams. So we got that going. One moment. Oh, I see. Phone calls coming in. What's going on? Anyways, yeah. So this stuff is pretty cheap. I mean, it's especially if you're somebody who's trying to quit smoking. God, I mean, like these vaporizers can really save your day because they're just so much less money and probably somewhat healthier. I mean, at least you're not getting all the carcinogen stuff in like you get out cigarettes and whatever, but not as enjoyable if I'm being real. And honestly, most of the time I use it is just when I'm like having a couple drams. So that's that. French is back, says I vape too. Oh, cool. Yeah, what do you use for your vaporizer? We're really lucky. I mean, God, I can imagine how hard it's going to be for smokers now, considering that so many people are going to be hesitant to go outside. This might be the time to quit smoking for most folks. If you're going to do it now. You got all the reason to. Anyways, though, so there's not back on this Knob Creek 12 for a second. I want to say this came out really late in 2019. They don't, it doesn't say limited release or anything on it. So I'm actually wondering if this is going to be part of their core range now. I think it would be good. I mean, I think it's good to have a 12-year-old, a higher age statement bourbon like this on the radar and on your part of your core range, because I think folks are going to be looking for stuff like this. Age statements on bourbon for me are a little bit less important, just because I think the climate differences between Kentucky and Scotland is that like most super aged bourbons I just find really much too oaky. I think there's a few you find that are like in that, I want to say, anything above like 15 years. I've had a couple of those older, like Elijah Craig, 18, 20-year-olds, orphan barrels and stuff, and I just found it to just be way too oaky. And I think that's just the nature of it, given the climate, and like you're just getting so much of that oak wood influence into the bourbon. But I do think, however, 12 years, kind of right around that sweet spot. It's got a nice caramel full body to it. It's got a good amount of depth and complexity, which I appreciate, even though it does, by and large, it's typical Knob Creek Jim Beam notes. So you get a little bit of that peanut nuttiness, cinnamon, a little bit of like allspice, vanilla, caramel, kind of your standard bourbon notes. I don't think it's like super complex, but I do think you get more out of it at 9 years than you do a lot of these other ones that are non-age statements. I think it's definitely a step above their now NAS, but what used to be just their standard release, which was like a 9 year, I think. It was about 9 years old. I wonder if they're bringing that age statement back. It would actually be interesting to find out. Let's see if we can find out any info on that. Because their regular release was actually quite good. And it was just a straight up 9 years. It was like 25, 30 bucks, super cheap. But yeah, I think 50% ABV, yeah, around $25, $30, 30 more closer to 30. It does look, however, that it looks like the Knob Creek is still in NAS, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh, cool. So looks like we're up to 4 or 5 people, 4 people, can't tell. Jason Coates is not Jason, man. Nice to see you. It was I ran into Jason a couple days ago. Where were we? We were on Telex's live stream. I don't remember what live stream we were on, but we were chatting, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday night. Cheers, buddy. Whiskey Sneerson says, I will pour a Colonel E.H. Taylor small batch to join you with that bourbon. Hey, now that's a good bourbon. The Colonel E.H. Taylor stuff is really difficult to find. I looked for, I've had a couple bottles of the barrel proof, which I actually got rid of, but I tried it and the barrel proof was fantastic, but it's just so expensive now. I mean, the bourbon hype has caught up so much with that. I think it's like upwards of $250, $300, which is just crazy. I might be exaggerating on that price, but just a really crazy price for, I guess, in my opinion, any bourbon really. But it's good. It's definitely good. There was also they also had they got a couple other ones. The small batch is the bottled in bond. I think they have a single barrel too. And the single barrel comes in right around $75, something like that. The single barrel is really good, but again, really difficult to find. I can't always find E.H. Taylor's readily on the shelf. The small batch, I think, is the one I can find the most, and that's a really good bourbon. So you're definitely going to enjoy that, Sneerson. I'll raise a glass to you when you get that in your glass. Jason Coates, so far so good here, man. Cheers. Hey, right on, man. That's all we can ask for these days, right? This stuff is crazy. So glad you're doing well. Be interested if you're sipping on anything tonight. If you got to go to work tomorrow or not. No, I don't know. You're in you're in Canada, but I don't remember how far your time zone is from me. Maybe you are Eastern time. I'm not sure. But yeah, we're in that 8 o'clock, or we're Eastern time over here in Philly. So definitely some time for a few drams. Hey, oh, Sneerson stepping his game up. He's actually got the single barrel. So this is a single barrel E.H. Taylor, I'm assuming, saying hey to Jason and to Mr. French. Mr. French has got an interesting Four Roses in his glass tonight, so. I'll raise a glass to you on that, buddy. Oh, Jason's in Kansas. That's right. My bad, man. For some reason, I thought you were in Canada, and it's probably because it sounded the same. You're in Central Time, though, right? Although part of it goes into Mountain Time or whatever. Where are you in Kansas, if you don't mind sharing? And how's the weather been for you, man? It's been crazy here in Philly. It's been like up and down. We've had like 70-degree days one day, 45 degrees the next. We've had literally no winter here at all. So I'm not sure what the climate's like in Kansas, but hey, cheers from Philly, buddy. Man, I do love Knob Creek. I think it's one of the better value buys in bourbon, to be honest with you. Although this 12-year, I wouldn't quite go so far as saying it's a value, but all right. So to keep the bourbon train going, I'm going to switch to a scotch, but it's an all bourbon aged scotch. This is another one that I opened about a couple weeks ago. I did just do a review. It'll be posted in probably about a week. This is the limited edition Glenmorangie Cadbull Estate. Take a look at the bottle here. This is 15 years old. The interesting about this, it's basically like a local barley thing. So their whole play is like, It's all this barley that was grown specifically on their Cadboll estate, which is something I think on the Glenmorangie property. And, so they're kind of dipping into that. Their advertising is talks about how creamy and stuff it is, which I can attest to. It is quite a creamy whiskey. But we'll put a little bit of this in the glass. And then we'll get into these samples after this. See who else is around tonight. All right. We'll let that sit for a sec. Let me catch up on the chat. Coates is not drinking tonight, but loves some Four Roses, and he's in Manhattan. Been raining here for the last couple of days. I think spring is sliding in. Oh, no kidding. How are things in Manhattan, man? Are you traveling there for work, or is it just visiting friends, family, something like that? I know it's been the news has been a little all over the place about what's going on there, so I can't quite tell. My partner's family lives in Manhattan as well, and so we've been trying to keep up with them, but with the news the way it is, it's hard to tell what's going on. So I always appreciate hearing what's going on the streets. Have any of you all had this Cadboll estate? This is a really tasty one. Oh, cool. My brother might be joining us. He's the one who sent me this box of samples, so maybe we'll get him on here a little bit later. I think I'm going to probably go for, I don't know, at least another hour, if not longer tonight. Why not? It's Sunday. Who cares? There's nothing going on. So when the box arrived at my doorstep today, I was quite happy. Two of the bottles that were in it. So before we get into the samples, there was a bottle of Lafroig 18. This is actually definitely a European release because it's 50 CLs. I was really excited to see this. I think it came off whiskey, what you call it? Master malt, perhaps. It's got a tag on it. I'm not quite sure what country it is, but yeah, probably UK. So pretty stoked about this. I do have a couple bottles of Lafroig 18. It's one of my favorite whiskeys ever. So having another one of these in stock isn't bad. And the other one was this Lagavulin. This is a 12-year Lagavulin. This is the 57.8% ABV, bottled in 2018. So I don't know. I think there's some batch variation in this. I'm not sure if any of y'all have had the Lagavulin, any of the Lagavulin range at all when it comes to these 12 years, but I think there's some batch variation in this. These are not easy to find around my parts. In fact, I can't tell you if I've ever seen one on a shelf, but he was able to find one on a shelf, which was super cool. And so I was pretty stoked about that. And so I had him buy me this and send it on over. So that was super cool. So maybe we'll get it. Maybe we'll crack that later tonight. We'll see how things go. We still got a couple people in the chat, but we'll see what's happening. Sneerson's says, is that the brother that smokes cigars? I think he does. I think we did a live stream once a while back. Man, I don't even remember when. He may or may not have been smoking a cigar. I'm not actually quite sure. He's not a Scotch guy though. He's all about the bourbon. He gets premium stuff. So I'm actually thinking what's in this box right here is going to be pretty stoked about what he's sent. He gets a lot of premium stuff. Speak of the devil, here he is right now. Let's see. Yeah, we'll see. Anyways, back to this Glenmorangie. This Glenmo is like, man, this is a really solid pour. I love it. I love how sweet it is. It's super delicate. It's creamy as hell. I can't really tell. I mean, this local barley stuff, there's a lot of kind of I don't want to say controversy, but there's differing opinions about whether or not like the local barley actually imparts some type of unique flavor onto a whiskey. I know Springbank does a local barley. Unfortunately, I've just not been able to have any of those. But there's a couple other um, there's a couple other distilleries that do this kind of local barley. Oh, Bruichladdich. Bruichladdich actually does a lot of stuff that's with this local barley angle. It's tough for me to say. I don't really know. I've never done a comparison because it's tough to say. I don't know if it's all just fluff marketing or not. But oh, nice. Sneerson says, cracked the Lafroig Carchis triple wood cask strength the other night. I super enjoyed it. Seems like reaction is mixed to it. Has yours opened up or transitioned in the bottle at all? That's a good question. I should really try another glass. I think the last time I had a glass was about a week and a half ago. And I don't remember if I noticed anything too different. I think what I predominantly got on that was it wasn't an aggressive peat smoke. It seemed a little messy. Like I know the triple wood obviously has a lot going on in it. It's got the sherry influence, which one of the things I really liked about the triple wood was that it had the sherry influence. The cask strength, I couldn't quite pick it apart too much. It was really tight when I opened. Maybe I should do a follow-up review. I think I'd mentioned I would. I should probably do like a 3 months later type review situation with that one, just to kind of see what else we get out of that. But I liked it. It's not my favorite probably of the Carchis releases of late. I think that Pheno cast they did last year was really good. I'm not sure if I'd say it was better than that one or not. I know it was. I liked the quarter casket cast strength a little bit better, but I also liked the. I'd say this one was better than the Madeira, which was I think the Madeira cast strength. What year was that? 2016. I think it might have been 2016. Yeah, I'm not even entirely sure. That was a good one, but this 2019 is a drink. So Sneerson, I'm wondering if you've actually heard about the 2020 Carchis that's going to be coming out. So apparently it's going to be a red wine cask, red wine and red wine portwood finish, I want to say, which should be interesting. I haven't had. I think that they did that portwood Carchis, and I want to say that was 2013. It's an impossible bottle to find. I think it was, a lot of folks considered it one of the best of the Lafroig Carchis line, and it was all, portwood finish, but it's really super hard to find. So yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll be able to get our hands on that one when it comes out. I'm definitely, given all the crazy stuff going on, I do like to make a point of getting my hands on the Carchis, but who knows with what's going on these days. Depends on how long all this stuff is going to last. We're kind of at the mercy of it at this point to some degree. Anyways, so back on the Glenmorangie 15, I do appreciate that they put an age statement on this, although it is definitely been chill filtered. It's definitely not natural color, which again, like you're going for this local barley thing, it seems like an angle that would be more conducive to trying to, be more natural or something like that. But yeah, it doesn't say anything on here about it, which is really unfortunate. What can you do? This is the way a lot of these people roll. It would be nice to see, though. I'd rather have it have color and not be chill filtered if we had to make a choice out of the two. But it's all bourbon, and yeah, I mean, it really does drink like a nice, soft, creamy bourbon. I think it has that kind of similar profile of you get the caramel, you get a little bit of that, the vanilla. It's got this sweetness. I almost want to say there's like a slight lemon, slight orange thing going on. Solid whiskey. I would definitely say it's worth grabbing a bottle if you're a Glenmorangie fan, which I am. I don't think this is going to be, even though they say it's limited edition, I don't think it's exclusive, right? So there's a difference between limited edition and exclusive. I think you can probably find yourself a good bottle of this, at a reasonable price, $80, I think, for a 15-year. Can't go wrong. It's not the most complex whiskey. I think where Glenmorangie, the stuff I really like from Glenmorangie is the stuff that is wine cask finished. But so this one is a little different. It's all bourbon. Good bottle, good everyday pour. I don't know, $80, 15 years, pretty good value. I don't know if an $80 bottle is an everyday pour for most folks. It's definitely not for me, but it definitely drinks like an everyday pour. But yeah, it's good. Sneerson said, what was the cask on that Glenmorangie again? Oh yeah, so it is matured in American oak bourbon. So it matured, I'm reading as being fully matured in that it's not a finish. It's totally bourbon cask on this one. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me see if they say anything else on this, but they seem to make a point of it. Distilled from a single estate barley, from a spirit of sweet creaminess, then aged in American oak bourbon casks for depth. So that's their line on this Glenmorangie. But it's good. I don't think this is anything to sneeze at. And again, kudos to the age statement on this. Oh, Mr. French. Mr. French says he loves the Carchus, the Carchus triple wood. So yeah, we were just talking about this. Sneerson has a bottle of this. And Sneerson, how long has yours been open for? I'd be curious how long you've been sipping on that Carchus. And same with you, French, for that matter. Be interested to hear how long you've been drinking on it. But it seems like a good one. Again, I don't think it rises to my favorite of the Lafroigs, but I think it's a good pour. I almost just wanted a little bit more out of it. I think maybe even just a little bit more of the sherry influence, or even more of just the smokiness. I don't recall, but I think that when I first opened it, I was actually surprised that it seemed a little bit more muted. It was much more in the body. It was a very full body viscous whiskey, but I remember off the nose, I was thinking to myself that it didn't have that punch you in the face Lafroig peat smoke that you get off the 10 or the 10 cast strength, or even that Carchus from 2017. Sneerson said, "Oh, neck pour from a week ago." Oh, right on. Yeah, yeah, that might be one to revisit. I think I did an uncorking video of that, and so that's why I don't like to score it with a final score when I do those. Let me just take one quick look and see what I actually did put for that one. I think it was probably for me a 3.5, which was good. Just kind of a get a bottle if you find it at a good price type thing. Let me just take a quick look here. All right, Lafroig Carchus. Not the easiest one to find anymore, I don't think. I'd be interested, Sneerson. Do you still see that on the shelves around you? Jason, maybe, or even Frenchie for that matter, or who else we got in here? Vanessa Kitty. Vanessa, are you much? I know we chatted a bit on a beer stream. I'm curious if you have any whiskeys that you really like, if you're still on. So the Carchus I gave, let's see, out of 5. Where is that thing? So when did that come out? Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, 3.5. Okay, that seemed like that was in August. So solid score on that. Yeah, that might be one worth revisiting, especially given that I think those whiskeys, especially when they're at cast strength and the triple wood, you got a lot of stuff going on. I think it's ex bourbon, and then it might be quarter cask as well, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's European oak, and then an ex Oloroso. Yeah, wow. I might have to pour some of that. You got me thinking about that one, buddy. I might have to pour another glass of that at some point. All right, we still got 4 folks on, so right on, man. Keep it tight tonight. Wasn't sure how many people were going to be around. Well, we're going to keep it going because I think my brother's going to join me in probably the next 45 minutes. I get done with this pour, I'm going to open up this sample box and see what we got to drink here. I'm not entirely sure what's all in this. There's a couple in there, so I'm pretty excited about it. And maybe we'll crack one or two of those samples tonight for sure. Why not? But first, we're going to finish up this Glenmo. Wow, the nose on this is just really nice. Jason Coates says we still have some of the Cartus Fino around here. Right on. Have you had that one, Jason? If not, it's worth grabbing. I really like that. I'm interested when they're gonna like. I think the Cartus line is mostly stuck within the kind of traditional. It's either been like some different variation of a sherry wine finish or sherry finish or wine finish and bourbon. I'm actually interested when they're going to get a little bit more, you know, what's a Lafroig rum cask finish going to taste like? Maybe a tequila finish. I think a lot of this stuff is going to be becoming increasingly popular. I mean, you know, you saw it with Ardbeg last year with the drum, which was, you know, middling. But I'll be interested to see if Lafroig actually goes down that road of doing a more, you know, something a little bit more interesting even than the wine cask finishes they've done. Jason said, oh, you haven't tried it yet. Yeah, that's a good one, Jason. I would keep your eyes open for that. I went for a bunch. Now he's talking. I went for a bunch of 10 cask strength batches and said, yeah, you really can't go wrong with the Lafroig 10 cask strength. That's probably that's the number one, in my opinion, of what they put out as their regular releases. You just really can't go wrong with that shit. So Jason, Sneerson, anybody else is in? I'd be interested if you guys are fans of Glenmorangie at all. If there's any Glenmorangies that you're big fans of their releases, if you like their stuff in general. This one, this is a good whiskey. I'm not sure quite where it stacks up, comparatively speaking. I think out of the Glenmos I've had, I still think the 18 is a little bit better than this one. The 18 actually I quite like, and it's a reasonable price too. You can actually get a good value on that one. The Glenmorangie 18 is one of the more modestly priced 18-year-olds. I've never had anything older than that, but I've had a bunch of their wine casks, the Santa, the Quinta Rubin, the Spios, which I actually just opened recently, and I'll do a review of relatively soon. The Spios is quite good. This is nothing to sneeze at. I actually quite like this. I don't know if it's going to be something I'll buy again necessarily. Maybe not at $80. It's just not quite as interesting. I mean, you think of some of the other 15-year-olds on the market. You can get a lot of 15s for a cheaper price than this. All right. So now that we got those out of the way, I think I'm going to put a little bit more bourbon in the glass and then crack this open. So I'm going to pour Larceny. This is the Larceny Barrel Proof. This is the first batch of it. It came out this year. This is 61.6% ABV, so this will be interesting. We'll put a little bit of this in, and then let's crack this open and see what we got. All right. All right, let's see. So here's our box of items. Taped up pretty solid here. Let's rip this open, see what we got. Sneerson said, my wife asked me if I wanted some stew. I said, no, I'm just going to drink tonight. Maybe have a couple snacks late. Seems super kind of wrecked a couple solid flights. The last couple. Seems supper kind of, oh, supper. Yeah, man, forget all that, right? No reason to kill a good flight night with that kind of thing. So, all right, bunch of wrapping on here. All right, all wrapped up in bubble wrap. Let's see what we got here. So the first one is Blom Brothers OFKB. This is 117.2 proof. I don't know much about Blom Brothers, but we'll have to look this one up. Sounds pretty good. I'm gonna wrap this thing here. Be curious. Let me know if any of y'all ever had any of these bourbons before. I'm assuming these are all kind of on that higher end, given my brother's taste in bourbon and how much he's willing to try to get bottles off secondary market. All right. All right. So we got Blonde Brothers, our first one. Oh, we can make some room for these. What else we got in here? So this is Old Scout SAOS. I'm assuming that's 12 years single barrel rye. Ooh, this sounds really good. Single barrel rye. We can open that later. All right, some more wrapping here. Oh, Pappy Van Winkle, 15-year-old. Pappy Van Winkle 15. This is from the 2018 bottling. Oh shit, that'll be exciting. And what else? Oh, we got another one. Oh, wow. Okay. 2019 George T. Stagg BTAC. Those are all of them. So, wow, we definitely got some great bourbon to sip on tonight, y'all. I am not going to complain about this. This is a nice sample box. Cheers to my brother. Sent these my way. These are, yeah. Which one of these should we do tonight? We'll definitely have to do this BTAC, right? We can't not do this. Wrap the hell out of them, but I've had none of these before. The BTAC line, these bourbons are so freaking hard to find. I think I'm going to get into that rye too. How can we not? All right, Jesus. I guess you can appreciate people who wrap their stuff this much up. Take good care of it, but hot damn. George T. Stagg. All right. Now that we know what's in the box, we're going to have to pour any of these. In the meantime, though, I'm going to do some more of this larceny. Sneerson said your brother loves you. Yeah. Clearly he's showing the love tonight, because this is quite this is like Christmas coming early. These are some serious bourbon samples. He knows I'm more of a Scotch guy, and so I know he always likes to send me the best stuff he possibly can to challenge my palate, make me think twice about my opinions of bourbon when I think about them compared to Scotch. So this will be fun. Jason Coates. I've only had samples of them too. Yeah, you've had some samples of all of these, or be curious. I've definitely had a George T. Stagg BTAC before, but I have not had George T. Stagg, the 2000, what is this, the 2019. And I've had the Pappy Van Winkle Lot B. I've had the Pappy Van Winkle, what's the other one? The Rye, like 15-year-old or something like that. I've had both of those, but I have not had the other ones. All right. So looks like we got some good bourbons to drink tonight. Oh, BTAC. Okay, Jason. Yeah, for sure. I follow you. We definitely got some premium ass bourbon to drink. So, well, there we go, man. This should be good. All right. So now that we got those unboxed, let me just catch up to see if there's any. Looks like we got 5 people on. Right on. quiet night tonight in YouTube Whiskey Town, but good to hang out with all of y'all, man. Appreciate you guys swinging by as always. Cheers. I'm sure I got on a little bit earlier than normal today, so we'll see where things go. I'm actually going to text my brother and see if he wants a link for this. All right. Nothing wrong with a little bourbon on a Sunday, right, y'all? This thing is getting a little choppy on my end. I'm actually going to see if I can fix this. So give me about just a minute, everybody. All right, looks like we're back. Sorry about that. There was I think I might have been able to fix this. This cord that I had connected to this computer is a little bit whack, but cool. So latest updates, is going to be able to join us. We'll see. Sneerson. Yeah, I think part of the reason that I'm like able to keep this thing going, or maybe one of the reasons I'm still stuck on this, is that I burn through so much of it because I don't do the deep inhale too much because it makes me honestly like a little bit lightheaded if I do too much of it. So I do like to just kind of puff on it for the flavor. Man, I'm not a huge fan of wheated bourbon. It's not really my go-to. I like a more spicy bourbon, but I'll tell you this much: this Larceny Barrel Proof, this is like $50. It's great value. Oh, the Nestor's in the house. The one named Nestor says, "Yo, hey, what's up, Nestor? How you doing? Cheers, man. Hope you're keeping it safe." Things are crazy. What can you do? So I think tonight, given that we have some pretty premium stuff, I'm probably going to I'll probably do this rye and then maybe the Pappy. I'm not sure. Maybe the Stagg too. Either one. I think they'll both be good. I've not had a bunch of these before, so we'll see how they go. Master says Stagg. Yeah, man, Stagg it is. We're going to get into some of this Stagg, I think, in a little while, because why not? I'm a fan of it. I think I had the 2018 or the 2017 George T. Stagg BTAC in the past. And yeah, I was impressed. We did I think it was around Christmas time. My brother put out a whole bunch of his bourbons. I think the one that I enjoyed the most The out of all the ones we tasted were it was the straight from the barrel Blanton's, which was freaking fantastic. That one, again, you can't get in the States. I mean, despite the stuff being made here, so much of the Blanton stuff you have to get overseas, or you pay like, you know, $300-400 secondary market, which is absurd. Whiskey said, sorry, I'm thinking. Seriously said, sorry, I'm thinking of something else. Are you talking about this? Oh, you're talking about the Stagg? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, man. When it comes to that, I definitely make sure to inhale deeply and hold it. Oh, dude, you cracked me up, man. Good stuff, Sanderson. Is that legal by you? Pretty sure it is. PA, it's weird. The weed laws here in PA are strange. You can get it, but it's like not. They basically, it's like decriminalized, but they don't let you sell it yet. So, you know, sooner or later, we'll join the civilized world on that. Good stuff. All right, I'm going to load this thing up a little bit more, and then maybe we will. Maybe I'll hang on and wait for my brother to join us before we open these samples up. But seriously, generous box. I'm super stoked. I haven't had a lot of premium bourbon of late. I did a little bourbon shopping. I found a shop over by Atlantic City that had some really good stuff. I got a bottle of Henry McKenna, the 10-year single barrel. I got a bottle of a Four Roses pick that was like over 11 years old, which was like criminally, it was like $65, which is just cheap as hell considering how those go. So definitely got a few of those as of late, but you know, most of the stuff that I do on the channel has been Scotch as of late. I think the next couple of reviews I have lined up are all going to be single malts, although tomorrow will be this this knob. I think tonight, I think to close things after we after I do these samples, I'm going to do this Lagavulin 12. I don't know how much longer I can let this sit here without opening it, because that stuff is so freaking good. I had a sample of it once at a bar. I think that's the only time I've ever got the chance to get any of that stuff. But man, I love it. It's great. It's a great whiskey. Looks like Too Slow is in the house. It says, "Hey everyone, hey Too Slow, how you doing? We're just hanging out, having a couple bourbons on a Sunday night in these crazy times. Raise a glass to you, sir." Oh man, I'm not actually sure. Hope you're doing well. Be interested what's in your glass tonight. This larceny, however, is killing it. It's made me think twice about the wheated bourbon. So Sanderson said, how's the larceny? What is their range product-wise? I am bourbon illiterate. We don't get much on the prairies here in Canada, but cannot complain. So larceny is a wheated bourbon. Bourbon's got to be 51% corn to be a bourbon. I think it's about, I want to say 68%. And then instead of rye, which is like kind of the thing you commonly find in other bourbons, it's wheat. So it's kind of sweeter. And then it's, you know, 8 to 12% barley. So they have a regular release, which is pretty easy to find in most stores here in the US. I'm not sure about Canada, but it's like in that 20, $25 range, just a standard shelf. And just this year, Larceny has been doing, started the barrel proof line, just like Elijah Craig. So this is out of Heaven Hill, just like Elijah Craig is. So they're kind of following the same kind of approach they do with Elijah Craig. It's 6 to 8 years. They're doing the same kind of batch numbers. This is batch A120, 61.6% ABV. So my assumption is they're going to do the same thing they do with Elijah Craig, which is that they're going to release 3 of these every year. January, well, they're going to bottle 3 of them every year, and then they'll be released shortly afterwards. So there's, like Elijah Craig is January, May, September. I'm assuming that's going to be the same thing with the Larceny. But in Canada, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Larceny is not something that you find on your shelf too often, because This is one that has become, almost as ubiquitous as Knob Creek. I mean, and all that to say, like, you can find it pretty much on any shelf in the U.S. The regular straight up larceny, which is a good bottle. If you like wheated bourbon, it's a solid bottle. And so I think, maybe a little hunting. I'm not sure. I know, depending where you are in Canada, it depends on, what the province's liquor store licensing is and stuff like that. That's, but you could probably keep your eyes open for this. The other wheated bourbon that you can find quite a bit here in the U.S. it gets a lot of hype is Weller. And so maybe Weller is something you can find in Canada too. I'm just not entirely sure. We'll put a little bit more of this in the glass. Why not? I'm going to wait a little longer on cracking one of these samples until my brother joins, because he'll get a kick out of it. But yeah, keep your eyes open. This is what the bottle looks like. The bottle looks the exact same with the regular release and the barrel proof release. It's just kind of this key thing. This is it's like a lock and key type thing. And basically the storyline behind it is that this guy John Fitzgerald was a treasury agent, and he was supposed to guard these rick houses, but he used to go in and pilfer some of the whiskey out of the best barrels, which is this is the same distillery that was doing Pappy. So he was basically pilfering Pappy. And so larceny is supposed to be like an homage to Pappy Van Winkle, which is a sweet wheated bourbon. So I think that might be, that's basically the storyline behind this. But 6 to 8 years, that's a good sweet spot for bourbon. I can't complain about that. Let me catch up on the chat. I see some folks in here. Yeah, Too Slow is drinking some rock oyster. Right on. I heard they changed the name of that. So you must have a bottle that came out a year prior. So the new bottling they're calling it Rock Island now. That's the one out of Douglas Lang, right? I've actually never had the opportunity to try any of those, but I think that's out of Douglas Lang. Too Slow saying hi to Sneerson. He said, is that the Sherry edition? He said, no. Oh, there's a Sherry edition too. Yeah, I think they're calling it, let me actually just take a look and confirm that, but I'm pretty sure they're calling it, they changed the name to Rock Island. What that's all about. I might be wrong on this. Yeah, Douglas Lang, that is out of Douglas Lang. Oh, they do the Timorous Beastie and stuff like that too. Interested to hear what you think about the with that rock oyster. I've actually never had it. Is that a peated scotch? It says it's distilled on the islands of malts from Jura, Isla, Arran, and Orkney. So it does sound like it's probably got some peat. But yeah, I think they changed it to Rock Island, whatever that means. I kind of like the rock oyster name personally, but what can you do? Sneerson says, we get the basic larceny here. The special reserve Wellers is plentiful here, which I love. Don Holland, oh nice. Don Holland sent me a Weller 107, which the Weller 107 is big. Dude, it would blow your mind how much hype there is around Weller here in the United States. The secondary bourbon markets, these are bottles that 5-6 years ago were these Weller line special reserve 107, even the 12-year, you could get for like $25 to $40, at most. Now, a bottle of 107 secondary market's like the only place you can really get it. It's over $100, which is wow. But I'm interested, Sneerson, what if you've had the basic larceny, how you would compare it to the special reserve? I didn't notice a huge difference, and actually really enjoyed both. But I think for the money, I thought the larceny was a fine substitute because the special reserve is so hard to find here. But Jason Coates, oh yeah, Too Slow and Jason Coates said they did change the name. Oh, I'm assuming you're talking about Rock Oyster. Yeah, so the Rock Oyster, yeah, interesting. Yeah, so I think they did change the name to Rock Island, but yeah, I'm not sure what the Weller thing is like in Canada. Here in the US, it's just like a ton of hype. I think it's good. I mean, the 107 was good, the 12 is good, but I mean, it's just the prices. Like the prices will kill you on it. I'm not sure. I mean, there's some states that they get a lot of it, and there's other places you can't find it anywhere. And so what I see, I'm in a couple of groups on Facebook, and basically it's just like people they buy these off the shelf and they flip them, and people in other states just cannot get their hands on Weller, and there's so much hype around this weeded bourbon stuff in general, that folks are really jumping all over it. But yeah, so this Larceny barrel proof, which is, I think, I don't know if this is going to hit the Canadian market or not, but if it does, I hope so. You get your hands on it. It's definitely good. You know, almost 62% ABV. Solid whiskey. Let me catch up on the chat. Oh, DH Silv 2's not. Hey, DH, how are you, man? Hope you're well. Hope everything's going good by you. Staying healthy, all that. Great to see you join us tonight. He said, well, Weller 107 ranges from okay to yeah. DH, you're in Ohio, right? Or I'm sorry, not Ohio, Kentucky. I'm curious if you like find this on the shelf a lot too. I've heard differing opinions on the 107. My general feeling on it was always like, I think the bourbon craze is driven primarily by folks who are like just getting into it, which I think is, you know, of course, exciting and all that. And I'm glad folks can try it. But the thing that kind of, the weeded bourbon is a much less complex and maybe interesting approach to bourbon than, say, something with rye in the mash bill. And so, you know, people like how smooth and creamy and whatnot it is. And so the Weller stuff is just like went off the chain when it comes to like secondary prices. Like you could make a living if you lived in a state that had enough Weller on the shelves that you could just go and grab a bunch of them and flip them on secondary market. As weird as that is, it's just the reality. Flip my audio here.
If you have my audio. Yeah, okay, so no, so because of the weapon is all. There's one in Ohio said it's the Ohio no or the Amen. I'll think about that. We anything good to cheer and I've heard his so that it's going 23%, the highest like 40%. I'm not sure. I was in the 20, and I felt the guy living. I was into sugar only one. Because like if you're spending bucks with 40 maybe, but that finds something could not but no tapping as a body. It's those 70 yards or shit. So we're saying, oh yeah, I was going to do shit.
Okay, I hope this is better, y'all. I'm sorry if that thing sounds like he's in slow motion. Shit. Sorry about that, y'all. Give me just 1 second to deal with this.
Sorry about that. I hope this is good now. My bad. I was using headphones as I'm trying to control the noise in here, and fuck, I think it might have just froze out everybody, and
that thing
had a little bit of a getting some feedback transition. So sorry about that. Let me know right in the chat if I'm okay. Looks like I'm good. All right, cool. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Let me just catch up on what I think we were just at what DH Silv was saying. Audio's gone crazy. Okay. I see Glenn going Goodyear. 25 since Sneerson. I thought it was just me. It sounds like he's in slow motion. All right, good now. Okay, right on. Okay, cool. I think we're back in action. Anyways, so for those of you just catching up or just joining us, I think we got 6 people on, so cool. I got a box of samples today, and I'm going to open these up in a little bit when my brother joins. He sent these to me. I have a George T. Stagg BTAC 2019. I have a Smooth Ambler Old Scout 12-year single barrel bourbon. Single barrel rye, 12 years. I have a Blom Brothers OFKB 117.2 proof, and I have Pappy Van Winkle 2018 15-year-old. So a couple really premium bourbons. None of these I've ever had. So I'm going to crack some of these open a little bit, and we'll probably do a live tasting once my brother's able to join us in a little while. So I hope folks can stick around and hang out for that. So this should be a lot of fun. In addition to that, he sent me, and he's a bourbon guy, but a bottle of Lafroig 18. This was actually a Christmas gift that he'd been sitting on for a while. And I got a bottle of Lagavulin. This is the 12-year-old cask strength. This is the 2018 release, 57.8%. So a couple really, got a bunch of really good whiskey in today. Always exciting, especially in these times. Shit, man. I'm excited to have a couple of these pours tonight with everybody. And I'm glad everybody's doing well here in this, crazy year that we're having so far. I'm going to pour a little bit of this Larceny while we wait for this fool to join us. I'm really enjoying this Larceny. All right. Okay, cool. Let me catch up on the chat, y'all. TH still says, oh, nice. Oh, yep, fine. Okay, good. Still says, oh, nice one, minus the Old Scout. So this is interesting. My brother swears by it. So I know that with the thing with Smooth Ambler Old Scout is there's a bunch of them that were like MGP Juice, which is the big conglomerate group that, makes spirit for a bunch of people in Indiana. And there's a lot of hype in the, the bourbon community that's like all about the MGP Smooth Ambler juice. I don't know. I don't know much about it. 12-year-old rye definitely excites me because I'm a big rye fan, but I'm not sure. So we'll see what happens with that, brother. He said that one might be hit or miss. Yeah. Well, we're going to find out because that's one I'm cracking tonight for sure. Sneerson says audio slightly surly. Is that this dude? We're going to assume that that's normal audio, and it might just be me. This is what happens when you have a couple barrel-proof Larcenies. DH Silv, I had Lafroig 18 for the second time yesterday. That's a damn good dram. That level of peated whiskey is missing from the shelves today. Yeah, I'm curious if you had the white tube or the green tube. And for the record, I hear a lot of conversations, especially on Reddit, where it's like, oh, the green tube was different than the white tube because the last release they did the white tube before they discontinued and kind of replaced it with the lore was the white tube version. Similar thing, happened with Highland Park 12, where they went from the regular 12 release to the Viking Honor. I did a comparison. I didn't notice a huge difference, but with the Lafroig 18, I found that one to be just like the perfect marriage of peat and complexity for Lafroig. The 25 I really, really liked, but for like, another $200 some, I didn't think it was like exponentially better than the 18. And I don't think there's anything else that really compared to the 18 in terms of hitting that sweet spot. I just don't, I think that there's like when these distilleries change the branding, it always creates a little bit of a stir amongst like whiskey commentators that, oh shit, like the quality's changed. Like if anything, it's just normal batch variation probably. And they do a really, they're pretty firm on trying to, keep those as close as possible to have a consistent product. So I just never really was I was really unsure whether or not there was actually a lot of batch variation. Or I'm sorry, like the whiskey had changed significantly since they had released new branding. And so I did a comparison of the old Highland Park 12 and the new Highland Park 12. Old being like 2017 versus 2018 when they went to Viking Honor. I didn't quite notice any difference, or not a difference that was significant enough to say this isn't batch variation. But you know, people got opinions about this. So be it. That's just how it goes. So DH Silv's got a couple more comments in here. It was green tube, but I'm told firmly the white tube versus green tube are the same quality. Yeah. So kind of like what I was saying. DH has got a really, really good palate. If you guys actually go on distiller.com or have the distiller.com app, do check out his written reviews. He's got some really great written reviews. He's a little bit more tight on his scoring than I am, but I appreciate the input that he's got. He's got a really great palate for Scotch. I've learned a lot about Scotch from some of his reviews. I definitely recommend you all check out his stuff on distiller.com. He's got some really in-depth reviews that will definitely make you think about the whiskeys you are considering buying. So check that out. He says, I'll buy 5 more 25s before I buy any Lafroig. I love that stuff, even if I hate the price. Well, if you can afford it, do it. I'd be curious what you're paying for a bottle of 25 on you. I have 2 bottles of it. I think I got for $3.25 a piece, and I felt like I was getting lucky. I have a bottle of it open. I think I put it as 3 on I did a top 5 Lafroig video, and it'll definitely not be agreed by everybody, but Lafroig 25 was my 3rd on that list. And for me, it was strictly like price versus, it was a value question. I thought it was an amazing whiskey. I don't think I've actually been able to fully explore it, and I might have jumped the gun a bit, but I had the 18 ahead of it, mostly because I felt the 18 for $200 some cheaper, like kind of hit that perfect sweet spot. It had the complexity. I did the white tube. I've not done the green tube. My number 1 was the Lafroig 10 cast strength, just because I think that like for less, for what, $70, like I don't think you can get a better Lafroig than the cast strength. But it's all about, a lot of this is relative, and subjective. If you got the money and you can afford to drink higher and stuff, I mean, it's a no-brainer. I would take the 25 over any other Lafroig, at least that I've had. But for me, it was a unicorn bottle. I got really lucky, and so I was thinking about it in terms of its price, but not that there's a judgment of its quality, but it's a factor when considering perhaps the ability for folks to be able to get a bottle of it. But I totally hear you. I think the 25 is fantastic. I'd be curious what other Lafroigs you like, DH Silv, considering you're a fan of the 25 for sure, and the 18. I'd love to hear what other ones you like. DHL says, thanks, bro. Probably related. Sorry. Yeah. As I said, I'll re-up it again. Just check out DH Silv's reviews. He's got his scoring is very accurate to the way he describes his whiskey. Like, I learned a lot of stuff by reading his reviews of whiskey on Distiller. So if you're not a distiller.com person, check it out. It's a great resource just to learn about whiskey, and you have good written reviewers like DH Silv, who, among others, who really put the time and effort in to share their 2 cents and hope you make good purchases. So do check that out. Silv says, so there was an online store that was doing $3.25 shipped recently, but there were a lot of online places doing it for $400, locally $500. Oh, sorry, you're talking about the Lafroig 25? $3.25 is a buy for me on that. I mean, you're not going to find it cheaper than that. $500 is, goddamn. Oof. That's rough. The most I've ever paid for anything was right around that $330, $340 range, and that was Brooklotti Black Art and the Lafroig 25. Oh, shit. Look who's here. Jason Fisk. Cheers from Philadelphia, Jason. Hope you're well. Hope you're staying safe. Hope you got a good dram in your glass. We're all just hanging out here on a Sunday, doing our thing, doing some bourbons tonight. I got some samples sent to me, which I'm going to be cracking in a little while, but awesome to have you join us, Jason. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Sneerson. Okay, done with the EH Taylor single barrel. Loved every sip. Onto the Lefroy Cartridge Cripplewood cask strength. I've never seen the 18 in these parts, but would pop for sure. Oh man, yeah, that Lefroy Triplewood cask strength. I'll be excited to hear what you think now that it's been sitting there for a little while. That's a good whiskey. Let's see. DH Silv, Fino Cartridge. Oh wait. Yeah, Fino cartridges blew my mind, especially at the price point. To be honest, I might buy 5 of those if I found it at retail. Dude, DH, is Ohio a shipping state? Because I might know the place to send you if you're looking to buy 5 of those. I really like the Fino. So regarding the cartridge line, I have the 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. My favorite was the 15, which was the 200th anniversary, followed very closely by my favorite was the quarter cask strength from 2017, followed right by the 15, then the Fino. The Fino was fantastic. I thought it was light years, well, not light years, but I thought it was better than the Madeira. And I really enjoyed it. The only one that was sort of a miss for me was the Madeira. Like that's probably the one I would rate the lowest, and that was from 16. The Triplewood cask strength, I didn't love quite as much as the quarter cask strength. We were talking about this earlier. I'm gonna have to revisit it. I did an uncorking review, and so when I do the uncorking, for me, it's like first impression. I know like oxidization plays such a role, especially with like a cask strength whiskey like that, with the amount of like different oak the different barrel influences rather that are in that. I might have to try that one again, but it didn't immediately wow me like the quarter cask strength, which I think you can also find still. Jason Fisk, we have some of that Fino here. Said Jason. Oh, Jason Coates. I'm sorry. He said Fisky said is as good as advertised. Yes. I mean, you're in, depending on the price. Good as advertised is like, would I pay $120 for it? Probably not. Would I pay $90 for it? Yeah. We have the Fino we have the Fino here. Yeah, Jason Coates, if you haven't had the Fino, get the Fino. The Fino's great. I think they did a really good job with that. DHL said it's a good value in his opinion. Yeah. Jason Fisk, I'm having a spirits dinner over here. He is. So he was just called to supper a while ago, and Sneerson's casting that aside in favor of having some drams, which I can totally respect. All right, let me just check this real quick. Box shop. Okay, my brother's going to be joining us in 10 minutes. I got to just send him the email. He's going to join us. My brother is a strict bourbon head, so don't hit him too hard. But he is the one that sent me these samples. Fistus, thanks. Doing well, my friend. Good, man. Glad to hear that. Things are crazy these days. And DH Silv at Malt Loser Whiskey Reviews. Ohio is a state that some places will ship to LOL. I find we get about 50% of the stores that ship here. Yeah. So I'm in a state. I don't know if you guys are government stores in Ohio, but we are here in PA, which you might know, but there are still shops that ship here. And like when I lived in DC, everybody shipped to DC. And so I had a long list of places, and about 40% of them will still ship here to PA. So whether I'm going across the river I'm in Philly, so I'm right on the border of Southern New Jersey. I got a bunch of shops over there I go to on the regular to hunt for bottles. But I also find stuff online, and there's a couple good shops that'll ship here, and maybe we'll ship to Ohio too. I'm happy to send you a list. Email me at malt.muser@gmail.com if I'd be happy to just share some shops that I think might ship there. Or if you just use Wine Searcher, if you don't, or 1000corks.com, you probably already know this. I know you're on top of your shit. So GH still said, for my money, the Lefroy malt needs age. I'm less a fan of the younger whiskeys than others. but that's just where I'd spend money, which isn't to say that they don't make good stuff. I see. Yeah. So like you're kind of looking more for the how the barrel influences Lafroig's kind of signature style. Maybe I'm capturing that right. I totally respect that. I think that I haven't really had any bad Lafroigs other than the 4 Oak and the Select was nothing really great, but this is a good point. I mean, it's a question of, your income matters. You might have the ability to find stuff at good prices, or, you can splurge on stuff. I like to try to think about, for me, I think the older Lafroigs, yeah, God, I can't sneeze at any of them, man. They've all just been so good. I don't think, your point about the 10, I think is total, or your point about the 25 is totally on point. The 18, I think, is just like fantastic, even though unfortunately it's discontinued. I really like the Lore, despite it being NAS, which I know was kind of a replacement for the 18. I think that it depends. It's finding that marriage, right? The younger the stuff is, I find it that it's like the peaty or smoky punch in the face kind of thing. Sorry. Sorry, my brother's going to be joining us relatively soon. So yeah, I'm with you on that. Ohio's just like PA. Okay. Of the Isla malts, I like Lafroig's young malt less than others, but like their aged stuff more than others. Ardbeg 10 greater than Lafroig 10, but at 25 versus 23, give me Lafroig. Okay. So that's interesting. I actually don't. I have a fresh bottle of Lafroig 10 and Ardbeg 10, which I'm going to do a head-to-head on. I have a feeling I'm going to agree with this. And not just because of the presentation in ABV. Unfortunately, I've just not had a lot of older Ardbegs. I know that they've done some releases of like 19-year-olds, 16-year-old, or 19, and there's like a 20. I've just never got to try those, so I can't speak on it personally, but yeah, again, I'll check out your written reviews of it. I'm sure your logic is definitely on point about that. Ooh, Jason Fisk, quarter cask greater than Lafroig 10. You're not the first person I've heard say that. I'm not sure. I would love to. I haven't had a bottle of the regular quarter cask in a while, so I might actually have to do that. I think that. So what is, Jason Fisk, I'd be curious by you what the price difference is on the Lafroig 10 versus the Lafroig quarter cask. What I've started to notice, at least around me, is that the quarter cask has crept up to like almost $15 US more than the 10, which is, that makes me hedge a little bit. I think it's a good whiskey, but I don't know, man, at $15 better than the 10. I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit subjective, but we can kind of figure it out from there. But I'd be curious to hear if there's been any price changes or the price differential around you. Pardon me, I am just like having to deal with some activity here as I'm trying to get my brother set up to join us. All right, so yeah, I'd be curious if anybody else has any other opinions on the quarter cask versus 10 Lafroig. I don't disagree. I just wonder price wise, because I have seen that quarter cask creep up, and I don't know if that's the same by you. DH Silv says, if I didn't have friends, I'd not have had much of the older Ardbeg. That stuff is expensive. Yeah, fucking A, it is, man. I've seen some of those prices on that were like $400, $350. God damn, that's just a lot. And all right. I'm going to drop, just give me 1 second. I'm going to send a link over to my brother here, and hopefully we will have him joining us relatively soon, which should be a lot of fun. Anyways, Jason Coates. Jason Coates says, I found it was tasty, but it was like Lafroig 10 with training wheels. I found the QC a bit sweet and easy. Oh, interesting. I could sort of see that. Yeah, that doesn't totally surprise me. That's an interesting way to put it. Fisky, Weird Whiskey Sneerson says, Jason Fisk creating controversy. Wow. I mean, you can't be neutral on a moving train, y'all. So everybody's got an opinion, right? Too funny. DH Silva says on Latin note, let's pour Lafroig 25. Listen to this guy. You know, man, I got one behind me. I got to do these bourbons reviews first. You stick around long enough, I'll definitely maybe I'll pour one later tonight. I do have my eye on this Lafroig, or I'm sorry, Lagavulin 12, 2018. So we'll see. I may just join you on that 25 later tonight. He gets quarter cast for 50 to 70 Canadian pesos, depending on shop deals. The 10 is not dissimilar, but I don't look for it. Fair enough. DH Silv says, oh, listen to this, man. If I can get the Ardbeg 24 under 500, let me know. I might be in. Bottle split? Let's talk, brother. He says he loved the 2018 Lag 12. So that's good to hear. I had a drink of the 17 at a bar in Washington, D.C. So I can't compare in a way that's going to be really fair. But I've always maintained that there's not a bad Lagavulin, even though I'm not a huge Lagavulin fanboy. I'm very excited. So my brother found this for $115, which is based on what I see around where I am, which is Philadelphia. Here in South Jersey, this is like $140. So I was pretty excited. I had to pull the trigger. I'm excited to open this. And I think I'll probably cap things off tonight with that one. But I do have that Lafroig 18 as well, which gets me also thinking about opening it. So Jason Coates says, that said, 10 seems to be getting a little easier these days too. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right. Jason Fisk is Laga 12 Yum. Oh, cool. Yeah. I'm glad you like it, man. I'd be interested if you have had any of the, or like what batches you've had. I'm not actually sure. I know there's batch variation, right? The batch variation is a real thing. I know people, will, especially when you get the stuff that's released annually, cast strength stuff, there's batch variations. I have heard that the 17 was just fantastic. That's the only one I've had, so I can't really compare, and I don't remember, but I just remember thinking like, okay, Lagavulin 12 is actually really, really good. I do like the Lagavulin Distillers Edition quite a bit with that PX finish. It's not as complex as the 16, but I like the 16 quite a bit. I'm not going to hate on the 16. I've had the Lagavulin 11, which was good. I probably wouldn't buy it again at the price point, but oh wow, DH Silv says 2017 was more sweet and off profile, while the 2018 was what Lag 12 is supposed to be. Oh, interesting. Okay, well that's good to know. Yeah, I'm pretty ignorant about the batch variations on Lagavulin 12, so this is good insight. All right. If you guys can give me 2 minutes, I got to just run really quick, take a quig, and when I get back, my brother's going to be joining us, and we'll get into some of these bourbon samples. So hope you all can stick around. Be right back. Oh, made that one quick. All right. Cool. We got 5 folks on, so right on. All right. Let me catch up here. Make sure my brother is able to join us. I don't know what's taking him so long. I don't know. We'll worry about that when the time comes. In the meantime, I'm going to do a little bit more of this Glenmorangie 15 while we wait. Because I'm not going without any pours in this glass. Fuck that. All right. Let me catch up on the chat. Oh, shit. I'm way behind. Let's see here. DH Silva says, Malt Music Whiskey Reviews. I loved the 2018 Lag. Lag 16. Yum. Wow. Lag 12 is now 200 in Kentucky. Holy shit. I mean, I know the tariffs are happening, but god damn, man. Like, even with the tariffs, like, that's a huge price. Wow. 200. I mean, that's not a $200 whiskey. Is it? Shit. Man. I mean, I saw the price jump. Even this was even before the tariffs. I saw the price jump at the Lagavulin 12 in early 2018. It was like 110 to 120. Now it's 140, 130, 140. At least in the places I look, and that's, you know, what it is. But wow, 200. That's intense, man. Yeah. Wow. Everybody's saying this. Jason Coates is 168 in one shop here, 141 in another. Yeah, 141 is like, man, dude. I mean, Lagavulin cast strength sounds great, but god damn, $141. That's heavy. That's a tough price, man. I mean, when you consider alternatives, I don't know. I mean, to each his own, right? Jason Coates says 200 is silly. Silva says, it pissed me off. They have raised the prices on the old bottles, which aren't selling. Dude. Oh my god. I hear you on that. I totally hear you on that. It's the thing about it, like, I go into some of these shops and like, I see bottles there that are just like clearly like they've been sitting there for over a year. Nobody's buying it, and they don't raise it, they don't drop the price, or they're freaking raising the price because they're like looking at the market value. And I'm like, you guys are never going to sell these bottles. There was this shop in DC that had an E.H. Taylor barrel proof for $200, and this was 3 years ago. This is before it was actually as hyped as it is. And that place, man, to this day, it was like, I was like, come on, man, I'll buy this from you guys for $160. Nope. Like, it's been sitting there for a year. I can see the dust on it. Like, it's literally sitting there on the dust shelf. $160, and he wouldn't take it. Guy never sold it to me. And I bet you to this day that bottle is still sitting there. There's no doubt in my mind. And that's just how it rolls, man. All right, I got to do a quick audio thing here, so give me a second. Hopefully this isn't going to scramble everything, but let me make sure this is connected properly. All right, if I can get a thumbs up that folks can hear me in the chat. Sorry about all the complications. Let me just drop this in the chat. Hopefully you guys can hear me good enough. Anyways, let me get back to where I was. I'm gonna wait for just some. Okay, looks like we're good. Cheers. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm trying to be a little deferential to my roommates tonight and not yelling into my shit. So I appreciate that. Let me get back to where we were. Jason Coates says, I have a 2017 open. Are you talking about the Lagavulin? Awesome. Oh, looks like my brother's in the house. I'm going to add him to the stream. Hey, there he is.
Hey, what's up, man?
Good, man. How are you? Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Awesome. Hey, I'm just going to set this up here.
Yeah, great.
Sweet,
I'm
man.
just catching up on the chat. We got 6 folks in the house joining us tonight so far. We've been on for almost 2 hours, so this is fun. I have opened the chat, the gift box that you sent me of samples, which is freaking fantastic.
Nice.
I
Excellent.
shared it with everybody.
Excellent.
We'll I'm going to catch up on the chat, then I will review these or I'll share which ones we have here, and then maybe we get one in the glass. How does that sound?
Great.
Awesome.
You doing well? Healthy?
Yeah, man.
Quarantined?
We're all hanging together here. Evan is coming from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, which is our hometown. I'm in Philadelphia, so spending a little time across the country.
Absolutely.
DH Silv was just talking about the 25 being his favorite of the Corange Lafroig. Right. Which bourbon barrels do you think all the bourbon is better? But my first time was with the sherry finish. Okay. Oh, Ben Demon Hunter's in the house. Says Slunchemire. Hey, Ben Demon Hunter, nice to see you, man. Glad you could join us tonight. Looks like our audio's going well. Jason Fist. We were just talking about the jump in prices because of the Scotch tariffs. Jason Fist said Compass Box Flaming Heart jumped from 135 to 200 late last year. That's intense, man. That's a heavy one. Wow.
Is there a way to see the chats on here, Eric?
Yeah, you should. I mean, I don't know if you're looking at. You should be able to see the side, or if you can open YouTube in a separate window and just turn the audio off, and then you'll be able to see the chat quicker.
Okay. Yeah, I see it jump up here, but
yeah, cool.
Nice.
So Demon Hunter said audio changed much. I hope it's actually working for you. Okay, let me know if you guys are getting bad audio from me. Good neighbor. So we got a bunch of folks in the house. TH still says he paid $200 all day for the Flaming Heart. Right on. Fist said I'm not the biggest Frog fan. So all right, man. So let me actually just open this up a little bit. So this is my brother who's joining us from Milwaukee. He sent me a box today, 4 samples. He's a big bourbon drinker, and has sent me a bunch of bourbons here that he's going to tell us a little bit about before I think we're both going to put some of these in the glass. So the first one was this is called Blom Brothers OFKB 117.2, which I'm assuming is the proof, but not sure what the OFKB is, brother.
Yeah, so that's Old Fangled Nodder Bourbon. So Blom Brothers is a craft distillery down in Galena, Illinois. And most people in the bourbon world will probably know what that is at this point because it's incredibly hot. It's I would equate it to almost at a BTAC, like Buffalo Trace Antique Collection caliber of demand. And really, so it's sourced. It's MGP. And that's a 12 years what you're going to be drinking. So they released their first release was a 9-year, and that was probably a couple years ago at least, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and nobody really knew shit about it. And it didn't happen until this whole MGP craze came about like 1.5 years, 2 years ago. Everybody was going gaga over MGP in the aged barrels, kind of equated to Willett Family Estates, the old OKIs, which is now a new riff. But Blom, it's incredibly good, and there's some picks out there that are going for insane amounts of money. But what you have there is the I couldn't tell you which batch it was or which release it was, but it's 117.2 proof. Right on. 114 proof, but it's 12 year bourbon. And it's here, I'll grab the bottle and I can show everybody what it looks like. Hold on a second.
Yeah, that'd be great, man. That'd be great. Super cool. Whiskey Snurson said, I thought your last name was Muser. No, I mean Muser like somebody who thinks about whiskey, like I muse about it. Not my last name, but that's a good one. That's a good one. lot of love for the Flaming Heart. It said it was a game changer. I think I might have a bottle of the 2015, but I'm not sure. So here's the Blom Brothers. This is the one that he sent me.
Yeah. So 12-year, 117.2. Yeah. I'm sorry, I gotta get my camera right here. Old Fangled Nodder Bourbon. Yeah. So you could dork out on this all day long. I mean, really, it's if you're into bourbons, and I'm not going to be able to add much on the Scotch side, but for the bourbons, I mean, this is what everybody's really after right now. It's going for incredible amounts of money, which is just crazy stupid. which, like anything in the whiskey world, it's crazy stupid when it comes to
most
comes
definitely
to dollars. But I would say, yeah, give it a pour and see what you think, man. I mean,
yeah, definitely. I'm gonna do 2 of these tonight for sure. And I think maybe we'll do this one, but let's share the other ones I got here just so everybody can catch up. So the next one that you sent me is the 2018 Pappy Van Winkle 15-year-old, which I don't think needs much introduction to the folks on the stream tonight, but it's Pappy. So we got a 2018 version of the 15, which I do recall, Evan, when you and I were together, we did the Bourbon Trail last year, and I think we had a Pappy 15, but it was a rye. So I'm not sure if this is the same thing or not.
It's not. No, it's not. When we were down in Louisville at the bar, we had the Rip Van, or the Van Winkle Family Estates rye, whatever the VWFRR is what the abbreviation is. Van Winkle Family Reserve Rye, or whatever it is. But yeah, that's typically, depending on the vintage, that's going to be a 12 to 13-year-old rye, and it's phenomenal. But yeah, what you're looking at, we actually opened that together over Christmas.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
So yeah, that's been open for 3 months or so, and
okay.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's a 15-year weeder, Van Winkle, like
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So the third one is, again, needs an introduction. This is the BTAC 2019 George T. Stagg. I know that we had the 2018 George T. Stagg right around the holidays. But for those who don't know, you probably got a word or two you can say about BTAC.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, BTAC is the coveted Buffalo Trace annual release. They do, I think it's 5 different bottlings of, there's the Sazerac 18-year rye. There's William LaRue Weller, which is the more aged, premium Weller wheated bourbon. George T. Stagg, which is just your traditional, just fucking in your face, great, punch you in the mouth bourbon, which is typically in that, like, depending on the vintage, it varies in age, but it's going to be, in that like 12 to 15 year, I want to say. But what's interesting is about the 2019 is what you're going to try is that it's the lowest proof GTS that's ever been released. So I think that only comes in at like 113 proof, which normally you think of George T. Stagg as a very high barrel proof bourbon, usually in like the 120, 25 up to
right.
Some of the earlier were in like the 140s, which they call the hazmats, right? Which I think there was maybe 2 or 3 batches that were like eclipsed the 140 mark. So those are like just crazy intense. But actually,
so my friend D.H. Silver actually mentioned that, I think when we were talking about the Van Winkle rye, he said it's always 13 years. Which makes sense.
Not necessarily. They always age stated at 13, but depending on the sources.
Right. The age statement's always 13. Yeah.
Age statement's always 13, but depending on, because some of those really early variations of it were all sourced. Some of them are Bernheim. Some of them are I can't even think of some of the other. I mean, I don't think any of them are Stitzel Weller, but besides the point, they're always age stated at 13, but conflicting reports would tell you that some are aged longer than that. Whatever. I mean, yeah, whatever. 13 years. Call it 13.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But it's incredible. If you ever have the opportunity to try the rye, it's just blow your mind.
I mean, I remember that was really good. We were in some bar in Louisville that was really good. So the last one, which I think is going to be the first one that I'm going to sample tonight, and if you want to join for a pour on this, Evan, you totally can. This is the Smooth Ambler Old Scout. This is 12-year single barrel rye. And so I know you know a little bit about Smooth Ambler. I know that some of their stuff is MGP, and then some of the other stuff is just what they're now making in their own distillery. Maybe you can share a little bit about that.
Yeah, for sure. So I think if you're in the whiskey world, you kind of know what MGP is. MGP is a distillery. It was founded in 1849. Originally owned by, I think Seagram's bought it out of Prohibition, ended up in 2011 became MGP Ingredients, which is a Kansas-based, publicly traded wheat and starch protein company, right? And they have aged and distilled whiskey for an incredible long time. So they had a stockpile of all these barrels, and all these up and coming distilleries would source their barrels from MGP because their distillate needed time to age. And like think of,
and that's something that's pretty common with them. I mean, like they were doing the Bellmead. I remember Bellmead, the Nashville distillery, like they were sourcing all the Bellmead juice. Like it seems like they're pretty,
Bellmead
providing the juice for most of these folks.
Yeah, and so all these distilleries that start popping up, they obviously don't have the aged distillate of their own to start selling, so they start selling vodkas and gins and the stuff that's easy to produce. They can do it in a short amount of time, and just to get their name out there, then they source their barrels. And similarly, old bottles like this, OKI, which is Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, became New Riff Distillery. These bottles are also very coveted in the MGP world because this is more aged than New Riff has, right? So this is a 12-year OKI. And then Smooth Ambler is the same thing, right? So they started in 2009, didn't have their own distillate to produce bourbon, didn't have aged stock. So they were sourcing really good barrels. And that's kind of the key for these distilleries that start out and they're sourcing barrels from MGP. It's all about the person and the people behind it that are actually going out and picking the barrels. Yeah. Because that's what ultimately is going to give you, quality product or not.
And a lot of these folks age the stuff themselves, right? I mean, like you buy, it's similar to like a single cask with single scotch is like, the independent bottlers in a way, like, I mean, not that they're startups, but they buy barrels that they're like, they select specifically and then drop the will age it themselves in a specific wine barrel or something like that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So Smooth Ambler kind of created a name through their Old Scout brand where they were picking barrels and buying barrels from MGP, bottling it under the Old Scout brand name. And a lot of stores were doing store picks. So there's tons of these old aged MGP Old Scout picks that are out there that are going for a lot of money right now because they're incredible. I mean, they're really, really good whiskey. And that's the thing is that you really rely on the people at the distillery who are buying the barrels from MGP to get a good product. But yeah, I mean, here's someone just commented in. I want to check on that. But
yeah, I'm sharing this one because it's funny.
Yeah. Well, so I mean, I could dork out on this like all day long, but what's really caught my attention with these old Scout bottles is the ryes. The ryes are just incredible. So this was actually one of the first ones that I think that I've tried, which was this 12-year, and here's the bottle.
Yeah, so I just put some of this in the glass right now. So this is MGP how?
Because it was distilled in Indiana.
Okay, because it's got the stamp. So I have a bottle of Widow Jane, for example, that I know is sourced from MGP. It's like a 10-year, and they have a stamp on it that says Indiana. Okay.
Yeah, so if you look at the bottle, and you probably won't be able to read the fine print on this, but I mean, it'll say distilled in Indiana, bottled by Smooth Ambler, and Smooth Ambler is in West Virginia, in the Appalachians. But yeah, so any bottle that is distilled at MGP will say distilled in Indiana, and that's a dead giveaway. Just like the OKI, which would say the same thing. It'll say distilled in Indiana, which
right on.
So that's how you know. But and Blonde Brothers is the same. But what's interesting is so Smooth Ambler is starting to come out with their own distillate, and I think the ages are like 5 to 6 years, as because it started in 2009. They've had time to start distilling and aging their own barrels, and they're kind of at that 5-6 year mark where stuff is starting to come out and and be a thing. So it's interesting. I mean, I think I wanted you to try this so bad because it's going to blow your mind. It's like one of my favorite ryes. So here, I will join you.
Yeah, I'm glad that you will. And so I actually have just poured. So I did pour some of the sample of the Smooth Ambler. I know DH Silv had mentioned that some of these can be hit and miss. And so I'm curious if he's got any feedback on his opinion on any of these that he may have had. But yeah, I got some of this in the glass right now. And this is the color that we're looking at. I mean, it's a really nice dark color. As you know, bourbons are all uncolored. But do you know what was the ABV on this, Evan?
So the ABV, this is cask strength. So this is a 55.4%, 110.8, single barrel, aged 12 years. To me, when I tried it, I almost compared it to the Van Winkle rye. I mean, I just thought that it was on the same level as that. A little bit different profile, but kind of unique in the same way. It's got that really creamy, like I almost think of like custard when I drink it. It's just like super delicate. It's just awesome, but not in the same way like when you think about like Angel's Envy rye or Michter's 10 rye, the ones that are like really desserty kind of.
Yeah, the Michter's 10, which we had, I was like, the rye spice was so subdued in that because it was like so creamy, and not in a bad way, but.
Yep, but I think you'll find that this is pretty similar.
Yeah, I'm going to start nosing this. I'm nosing this right now, but I'm going to catch up in the chat. So DH Silv, which is a friend of ours here, he's in Ohio, and he didn't know that there was a Smooth Amber rye. It sounds awesome. So we're going to find out in a second. Rob Klomstra is in the house. Dude, Rob, I'm glad you could join us, buddy. I know we had chatted a little bit earlier. I'm glad you could join the party. Be interested what's in your glass. Folks saying hi to Rob. And just got here 10, 15 minutes ago. Right on. Oh, Ben Demon. Yeah, glad you could join us, Ben. So we're going to get into the first sample here. This is the Smooth Ambler Old Scout, 12-year-old rye at cask strength. This is, and mostly it's, as you said, it's MGP. So
yep, absolutely.
I can tell you right away on the nose for me, I get a decent amount of bourbon notes. Caramel, vanilla, but there's a nice spice. This reminds me in some ways of a nicely aged Four Roses barrel pick, but with the B rye bill or the B rye,
the higher rye mash bill.
Yeah, the higher rye mash bill. The nose smells nice. It's not sharp at all. 12 years, you can tell.
Yep. And to me, so
I mean, custardy. You said custard before. It's a nail on the head. You're not getting the dill note that you get on a lot of the ryes, but what you get is like heavy vanilla with a nice peppery spice. It smells well-rounded. Smells deep. I'm going to be interested to try this. Let's do it. So this is neat.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Immediately, it's like sweet vanilla, caramel, and then rye spice explosion.
The finish is incredible.
It's interesting, right? So the development goes from like you have a nice bourbon, and it's the caramel, vanilla, slight cinnamon, and then it kind of like slowly dives off. This one shifts dramatically. It's like you start off with that sweetness, a little bit of apple even, and then it just like switches over completely to just like a really peppery, intense rye spice, drying on the tongue, slightly tannic, but not too much. Finish is like minty, nice mint, but it's all like wrapped in with this kind of just creamy vanilla, like almost like a citrus lemon meringue thing hanging around in the background.
Yeah, totally. Yep.
Oh yeah, this is good. Long finish on this. This is really good. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's to me.
And what does a bottle of this cost? I mean, I know you do a lot on the secondary market, but like a bottle of this will run the average person how much? I mean, like you can't buy this on the shelf, right?
No, absolutely not. I mean, so these are limited release. So even says right on the limited release single barrel. So these were only sold in the gift shop. So yeah, I mean the amount of a couple.
Rob's calling out. I'm a little bit. I'm a few away from 400. So if anybody's on the live stream hasn't subbed, do it, and you can join here. Just catching up here. Yeah, what's up? Rob's great. DH Silv is heading out. He's heading to a charity whiskey event. Hey, DH Silv, great for you to join us. Like I was telling folks earlier, if you're interested in reading some really great whiskey reviews, particularly around single malts, distiller.com, look for DH Silv 2's name. He writes out some really great reviews. You'll catch him on live streams with me, Telex, the Whiskey Tech, a whole bunch of other folks. Do check out his stuff. He's got a great 2 cents here, and he's been hanging out on. I think DH Silva and I have been talking for almost 2 years on whiskey. So thanks for swinging by, brother. Appreciate it. Have a great event tonight. And as he mentioned, do hit like if you haven't hit like yet. That's great. So have a good night.
So yeah, getting back to what I was saying about cost and value of this. You can't find it on the shelf, unfortunately. Because of that, obviously it's going to drive the price up. Super limited. I think I actually traded an old Rip 10 for this. So if you're going to value that at $450,
the legs on that.
Yeah, for
this
sure,
is great. This is a great rye.
It is. It's phenomenal.
It hangs on forever. This is a long ass finish.
Yeah.
And then the finish now, the mint is there. It's like mint chocolate chip ice cream. Chocolate, cocoa, slight mocha, slight white chocolate. There's a lot happening here. This is a good one.
It's really good.
And so these are decreasing in availability, right? I mean, like this is.
I would say so. Yeah.
Because they're distilling their own stuff.
So the thing is, though, that the gift shop will come out with these limited releases periodically. So there's other ryes out there that aren't 12 years. So there's an 8-year, there's probably a 9-year or a 10-year. But if you're looking specifically for a 12-year rye, I mean, you're going to be hard pressed to find it. But you have to hit the secondary market and obviously pay up for it. I mean, that's just the way it goes with these bottles that sit around.
So, I mean, I'm doing this a little impromptu, just because I'm curious. So I'm part of the South Jersey Bourbon Drinkers. And so they did a barrel rye release. It's got a nice little Homer Simpson thing on the back. This is a 13-year-old Canadian rye, which I've sworn is one of the better ryes I've ever had. I'm actually just going to pour a little bit of this in one of my glasses and do a side-by-side. What I find with this Old Scout, and I'm going to tell you for sure in a second, but what I find is it's a little bit more of the bourbon influence than this one is. We're going to see. I don't know what this is aged in. I'm assuming it's bourbon, but
Eric, I would totally agree with you on that. I mean, it doesn't strike me like if you drank a Willett Family Estates.
Look at the color difference between that and this 13-year-old.
Oh
Canadian.
yeah.
I mean, it's just totally different. It's way less barrel influence, so this is going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
Is that a single barrel?
I'm going to assume so. It's cast strength. This is 63.17%, 13 years old. Yeah, this is definitely a single barrel. It's got a barrel age number on it and everything. I'm going to assume this is a single barrel. Yeah, it does actually. It says single barrel explicitly. Oh man, such a difference. The heavy vanilla caramel that you get off that Smooth Ambler, I'm not finding as much on this. It's there, but it's actually, this is lighter. It's lighter, but I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean it lighter in the sense that.
But you could tell. I mean, you could tell when you.
Oh, I can tell right away. The rye spice is almost similar. This is more of like a vanilla frosting than it is like that dark, deep vanilla kind of like rich rich.
It's like creme brulee, man.
Creme brulee. Right, exactly. That's a good way to put it. Ooh, I might have to send you a sample of this. This I think can go toe to toe with it, but it is a little bit different in style. I think the Smooth Ambler's got a bit more of that caramel dark. See, I don't get chocolate off this. I get much more fruity. There's more of an apple pear thing happening with this one.
Yeah. And have you had Whistle Pigs before?
Oh yeah. I've had their.
That's the same kind of thing. I mean, it's the Canadian rye whiskey, and you're going to have like that same kind of influence where it's more fruity than it is barrel influenced, all day long. And I've had some really good Whistle Pig ryes in my past, but I don't know, something about this one just really spoke to me, man. It's like, oh god, this is a great great rye.
So Jason Fisk says the barrel rye is Alberta Distillers from my town. So that's something we talked about this, Jason Fisk. I want to say we talked about this on one of the last live streams we did. I don't know a lot about barrel, but I know that they just buy stuff, and that like the Canadian rye they buy, and we were talking about this, is all from Alberta Distillers. What, Evan, what was the price you said on that Smooth Ambler?
Well, I mean, so you're not going to find it at retail,
right?
Yeah, like 450, 500.
See, yeah, wow. I mean, so this I got at a shop in South Jersey. It was a pick. This was $90. And yeah, I'm gonna have to pour you a sample and send this to you because I think you would really enjoy it. But
so have you?
Yeah, this Smooth Ambler, this is actually more interesting than the Michter's, the 10. Because
really?
I think this is more interesting. The thing about the Michter's rye, and I want to say we had the barrel proof, or maybe the 10, is that the rye spice was much more subdued. This is more in balance. This is more in balance with the bourbon notes. The Michter's was subdued. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. Like, it was good because it had a little bit of that zesty, like, spiciness, the sharpness, the herbalness. But I wouldn't say, I think this is better than the Michter's for sure.
Yep. So my opinion is, so we had the Michter's barrel strength rye and the Michter's 10-year rye. And before I had this Smooth Ambler, the Michter's 10-year rye was my favorite rye I've ever had before I drank this. I'm trying to find more of it. I mean, it's just so good. Like,
can you do a quick recap? So Rob wanted to know which Smooth Ambler we were talking about.
Oh yeah, sure. So it is. I'll show the bottle. This is the Smooth Ambler Old Scout single barrel select limited, or not select, single barrel limited release 12-year rye cask strength. So 55.4%, 110.8 proof. Distillery only release at some point. Don't know when. I traded for it. I didn't buy it, but I've heard.
It's all MGP. It's all MGP.
Correct. Yeah, it's MGP, 100% MGP sourced. I'd heard so many good things about the single barrel rye that I had to try some, and I was completely blown away by it. I thought it was fucking fantastic, and I would trade an old rip for it all day. So it's really good.
There you go. You heard it here first, y'all.
Secondary
markets. So Jason Fisk, who's a friend of ours from Canada, also mentioned that the Whistle Pig single barrel stir picks that we get in the US are also from Alberta. So it's all Alberta distillers, which is they make Alberta Premium. They do a bunch of the other Albertas. I'm not sure. Jason can probably tell us about the line of the Canadian rye that they make, but that's good.
I have a couple Whistle Pig store picks that I've gotten, one through Prav in Washington, D.C., and which you can never really go wrong with his picks. He's phenomenal. He does an awesome job with picking. And I've had some really, really good ones. I don't think I've ever actually had the off-the-shelf 10-year or 12-year Whistle Pig, mostly because the price point always kind of scared me. But, yeah, I mean, you know, which is weird philosophy to think about, because it's like a 10-year rye for $100 and like you're complaining about it. It's like, you know, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Right. You know what I mean? But it's like, I always kind of compared it to like the Michter's 10-year rye, which you can't find on the shelf. And it's going to cost you $220, $225 on the secondary if you really want it. But yeah, it's weird. So I would like to say that I feel strongly about the Whistle Pigs. I mean, because I've had really good ones, but I've just never had the shelf ones.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've had the 10 off the shelf. I know they do a bunch of other ones, and like the Whistle Pig struck me more as the Michter's. It like the Michter's 10 in the sense that it didn't have the rye spice was playing second fiddle. Like it was more in the background to kind of the barrel influence, vanilla caramels, kind of vanilla's bourbon notes, which isn't a bad thing. It was, you know, insofar as the style, but like for my palate, I do like a bit more of the kind of upfront rye spice. And so I think about like some of the ryes that I like that are more like everyday ryes, and which actually I'd love to hear your opinion on, is I'm sure some of the folks here, like whether you're from Canada or otherwise, have some. I'd love to hear your like go-to ryes. But I think about
Pikesville,
the Pikesville, the Lot 40, which unfortunately we can't get the cask strength here in the U.S. But the Lot 40. The Rittenhouse, the fucking George Dickel rye, which you heard it here first. The George Dickel rye green label is under $20 and is fucking fantastic rye.
Yeah. So it's kind of weird. Like if you're so as a predominantly bourbon drinker, like you don't get into the ryes for a while. I think it takes your palate a little bit to get used to it. Like nobody just starts drinking rye whiskey and is like, oh my God, I fucking love rye whiskey. Like this is great. Like it just doesn't happen. Like you start drinking bourbon a certain way and you kind of evolve. And then eventually, like any bourbon drinker that I talk to will say that they didn't like ryes at first, and it took them a while for the palate to get accustomed.
Yeah, I think you're largely right. And like I do think that it comes back to, and I might be way off base on this, but like the bourbon enthusiasm explosion, which has been going on for 5 or 6 years now, seems to me to be more catered towards like the weeded bourbon approach, right? It's like because it's less quote unquote offensive or complex, you know, like, it's more of that like smooth, the quote unquote smoothness, right? So like for example, I've been, you know, I was sipping earlier tonight in the live stream on the Larceny Barrel Proof, which I, you know, I mean, you know my opinion, like I'm not a huge Weller Larceny guy, but this is, I thought this was really good. I think it's a great, I mean, it's $50. I mean, $50 for a barrel strength, where like secondary market in most places for anything Weller 107 or otherwise is like over $100. I think this is a great value buy and it's a great weeded bourbon, but weeded bourbon to me just has the limitations, right? Like it's the creamy vanilla, it's the caramel, brown sugar, you get a little spice, but like there's not much going in terms of, I think rye brings a complexity to it. The bourbon, so as you miss. Yeah.
To comment on that real quick. So I'm a big weeder. Like I love weeded bourbons. And what gets you to those like intricacies and those really makes a weeded bourbon really dynamic is you have to take it to the next step, right? So like William LaRue Weller, like the BTAC variety of their weeded bourbon. I mean, that's where you get to the point where you're like, holy shit, like this is on another level. Like this is on another planet when it comes to weeded bourbons, because you're right, it gets really one dimensional. And with Weller, so like I've done blinds between Weller Special Reserve, Weller 107, and Weller 12. And you would be shocked at most people's response to it. Some people put the Weller Special Reserve ahead of 107 and the 12, right? Because there's not that much difference. There's not that much that stands out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People hold all those in really high regard, but there's at the end of the day, it's not that much different. And where you really start to get the differences in what sets those bottles apart is when you start getting the picks, especially of the OWA, the 107. I mean, some of those single barrel picks will just
the single barrel pick is astronomically better. And I, you know, Evan, I was talking about this earlier. So I started out tonight on Knob Creek 12, and I was talking about like
I still haven't tried that yet. Yeah,
it's great. It's a great bourbon, but like at the price point compared to store picks of Knob Creek single barrel, which I think is one of the best value bourbons you can get for
buck,
15 years. Like, come on, right? I'm going to catch up on the chat here real quick just to make sure everybody I catch up on it. So Jason Fisk says Lock, Stock, and Barrel, Hocksters, Alberta's distillers as well. So that's
pretty good. So that's interesting. Like the Hocksters, I see that all the time. I see like a 16-year or like a 14-year. I can't remember which one. I see it all the time, but it's like $180 or $200, but it's on the shelf. And I'm always like, God, is this really worth it? Or it might be the Lockstock too. I can't remember which one, but it's like either one or the other or both that are always on the shelf. And I'm like, damn, like really, is this that good?
Yeah. So Rob said,
hey, what are you going to go with next?
That's a good question. Let me just catch up on the chat here quick, and we can chat that. But don't bother with the third edition of Lot 40. Okay, yeah. So Rob is in Canada, and Lot 40, which is 100% Canadian rye whiskey, which I love. You can get the regular on the shelf here, but the cask strength, they did an 11 and 12-year-old cask strength in Canada that are supposed to be freaking phenomenal. I have not been able to get my hands on any of those here in the States, but I know they can. Ben Demon Hunter, supper time got a jet. Hey, Salancha Ben, raise a glass to you, brother. Cheers. Thanks for joining us tonight. Let me see where we're at. The premium age stuff seems to get sent to the U.S. Small portion value, mostly mass-produced 40% here. Okay, interesting. Most interesting this morning, scotches anymore plus bourbon, says Ben Demon Hunter. Hey, there's Rob Klomstra. Rittenhouse is excellent. It's my go-to for making an old-fashioned. I'm going to leave this up so my brother can see this when he gets back, because I think he's going to probably agree with you. I think the Rittenhouse rye is just a fantastic I mean, it's less than $30. Come on, you can't go wrong, right? So I think next we're either going to do the George Stagg or we're going to do the Pappy. I'm not quite sure, so I got to wait for him to come back to see what his opinion is. But I'm gonna rinse out the rest. This old Scout 12-year that sample that he poured this is divine. Really, really good stuff.
Yo.
Whiskey Sneerson said, for this East. Oh, yeah. So Rob Clompster was just giving love to the Rittenhouse as an excellent for a mixer. I totally agree. 50% bottled and bond. You can't go wrong.
So to comment on that real quick. So there's Rittenhouses out there. I think there's a 21-year, which is like incredibly rare, but it's out there. It'll cost you like, I don't know,
really
two grand for it or whatever. But apparently that is like mind-blowingly good. But to comment on like the ryes that are great for cocktails. So Rittenhouse, the Baby Sazerac. So Baby Saz you can get for
Baby Saz.
Dude, $25-$30. Perfect for Manhattans, perfect for old fashions. And also, which recently just came out, is the Old Forester rye. So Old Forester had never produced. Yeah. So they had never produced like a shelfer rye. And I think it came out like, I don't know, some point late, the second half of 2019. And for like $30, dude, it's perfect. I mean, it's not something you want to sip and eat. I mean, you can. It's not something you necessarily want to sip and eat, but it's phenomenal for cocktails. Perfect cocktail.
Yeah, I'm with you. And like the only things I would add on to that is the Dickel Rye. I think the Dickel Rye is like one of these whiskeys that most people would pass up because it's the Tennessee whiskey or whatever. Like the Dickel Rye is, I mean, even cheaper than Rittenhouse. Yeah, I'll go to the mat for the Dickel Rye. I think it's really, really good. You know who else has a rye, Evan, that maybe, I'm not sure yet. You know Elijah Craig has put out a rye.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but
I haven't either.
Put it out. Yeah.
I don't know what the, I'm actually not sure what. Go ahead.
Talk about your best bang for your buck in bourbon right there.
Oh, yeah, fuck. I mean, the barrel proof is.
12-year barrel proof for $65. And 4 times a year.
Yep.
What I was going to say about something about Smooth Ambler, and you mentioned like Dickel. So there's actually a Smooth Ambler out there that is a 13-year single barrel whiskey, which people immediately think it's MGP, and they're like, "Holy shit, it's a Smooth Ambler 13-year." But on the label, it says single barrel select. And then if you look at the fine print, it says distilled in Tennessee. So it's actually Dickel sourced whiskey.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So what was funny is when that came out, people were selling it on the secondary market like it was, valued at like what an MGP 13-year single barrel would be.
Yeah.
So totally threw everybody for a loop, and now everybody bashes it. Everybody bashes Dickel. I don't know why, but everybody does.
Yeah, so we got a few comments. The one named Esther says wheat is meh, but then Rob comes in saying, I agree, wheated bourbon is probably some of my favorites.
Dude, fuck yeah, Rob. I'm totally with you, Rob.
Rob says, one of those guys that likes the Special Reserve more than the 107 or the 12.
Dude. So, okay, I got a quick story to say about that. So, probably like 2 years ago.
Share your story. I need to go refill my water for 1 second, so I'll be right back. You go right ahead.
Yeah. So like 2 years ago, before my palate had really like become refined to bourbons and whiskey in general, I did a blind of Special Reserve, the 107, and the Weller 12, and between 3 people, and all 3 people chose the Special Reserve, and then it was the 12, and actually it was the 107, then the 12, which was absolutely mind-blowing because everybody is like, oh yeah, 107 is the best, blah 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 blah, and even the 12 as being so hard to get, and it's 12-year weeded whiskey, blah 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 blah. The Special Reserve won, which is crazy because I believe it's the lowest proof. Out of all 3 of those, I can't remember what the 12 is proofed at, but I want to say it's easily the lowest and the cheapest, and always regarded as like the shittiest version of Weller, which for some reason everybody goes nuts over these days. But yeah, kind of interesting, and I think that's funny that. Are you back? I think that's funny that he said that the special reserve was his favorite.
Have you ever done a blind tasting with the Larceny versus the special reserve?
You know, that'd be interesting because the only time I've had Larceny, I didn't like it at all. Like, did not like it.
Really?
But it's been a while. I actually have a Larceny store pick, which I believe just recently became a thing, where stores were actually selecting barrels of Larceny. And I haven't tried it yet, but at some point.
Yeah, I'm not a huge wheated bourbon person, but I always thought the Larceny, like there was nothing to me that said, periodically you would run into a bottle of Weller Special Reserve on the shelf somewhere for $45 versus the Larceny at $25. And I just remember thinking like, I never found anything in the Larceny that was like enough to make me think, or I'm sorry, in the Weller that was like, this is somehow better than the Larceny. But like, blind tells you, and like what you just said, when you talk about secondary market, you have a handful of states that get these Weller. The Weller one, like Weller is just like on every shelf, and then 90% of states that can't get that shit at all. I always thought it was like, come on, like
well, it's Buffalo.
The fact that it was blind and that you thought the special reserve out of all of them was the best is like, I know. Blind, you can't go wrong with blind.
So hey, if I could find Weller 12 like on the shelf for what it should MSRP at, that would be my daily. I mean, it's amazing for a daily drinker, and what it's actually the suggested retail price would suggest that it's a daily drinker. Like you're talking $40 or $50, like the special reserve is 25 to 28 at the top end for retail price,
Yeah.
But if I had a choice between Weller Special Reserve and Larceny at a $40 to $25 price range, I'd probably spend up for the Weller. I don't know. I just didn't like the Larceny. It was kind of astringent. It was kind of like it tasted super young. It was kind of bitey. And it's like, if you want a low grade weeder, you want one like Weller Special Reserve where it's going to be like your 80 proof, super easy to drink. Like,
isn't the Weller Special Reserve for 90 proof?
Whatever.
45%. Yeah, I'm not sure, but
I don't know. I don't drink it enough to know.
There you go. Let me catch up here quick on the chat as we got a.
I'm a 107 store pick guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, there you go, right? So let me just catch up here.
Hey, tell me what you're gonna pour, because I'm ready.
Yeah, the next thing I'm gonna do the Pappy Van Winkle next.
Oh boy, what are you doing? What year is it?
This is
I gotta know.
2008. You do. He's got to know. He's got to know.
Well, he's got to know which one to get.
Hey man, it's a good problem to have. This is the Pappy Van Winkle 2018 15 year. But just a quick catch up. So the premium, Jason Fiss of the premium age stuff just got sent to the U.S. Thanks, Rob. Exploring Scotches and other Canadians, more always, plus bourbons. Whiskey Sneerson said, I'm over here in Saki. Did a good whiskey comb through AB Alberta Premium. I love Alberta. A lot of love for the Alberta. Whiskey Sneerson from the season. Like cone. Oh, I already got those. Okay. Ben Demon Hunters. Saski's is Canada's hidden lake gem. Saskatoon and Paris, the Paris of the Prairies. Come visit. Paris of the Prairies. I like it. Whiskey Sneerson said to Rob Klumstra, we differ on the Weller SR versus 107 and the currently HO small batch versus single barrel. Me liking the single barrel more.
Ooh, right. That's interesting. That's interesting. I actually might prefer the Taylor small batch more than the single.
Look at the Canadians in the house, man. You're getting the Canadian love here with the maple.
Hey, I work for a Canadian bank, so hey, that works out.
There you go. Rob Klomster says, Eric, you'll have to give me your email. I'll try to get you some lot 40, 11, or 12. Yeah, Rob Klomster. Okay, the dead rabbit may be a while for shipping. Rob Klomster, it's malt.muser@gmail. I'll message it to you.
Hey, by the way, dude, so that package literally got to you in under 48 hours from Wisconsin to Philly.
Yeah, it did. And just to recap for folks who have just joined, yeah, that was a great, sometimes these places don't deliver on the weekends. So in addition to the 4 samples, my brother sent me another bottle of the Lagavulin, the Lafroig 18, which is white tube.
With the tax strip too.
Yeah, if you've seen my Lafroig 18 videos, y'all know what's up with this. This is stupid. And then Lagavulin, 12-year-old, cast strength. This is the 2018 release, which I'm going to nightcap with tonight because, what can we say about that?
You all need brothers like me, right?
That's what they were saying earlier. That's what folks were saying earlier. So Jason Fitz says, there's a 7 and a 10-year smooth amber that linger here. Never had any good. Do you know anything about these, Evan?
Yeah, for sure. So there's a difference with the 10. I'll start with the 7-year, but the 7 and the 10, which literally on the smooth ambler label will say like 10 written out like TEN with big bold letters. Those were their staple products that were actually like released out as regular like non-single barrel non-picks or whatever. Like they were their kind of shelf whiskeys that they were releasing before they had their own distillate. There are plenty of 10-year single barrels out there, but you'll see a big difference. If I had one, I would show you. Yeah. I think I have a few 10-year picks, but those are great. I mean, they're both going to be MGP. They'll probably run you like the 7-year is probably like 80, 75, $80. The 10 might be closer to 100, 110.
Wow.
But
yeah.
But I mean, if you saw it on the shelf, absolutely buy them. You won't be disappointed, but obviously you want to try to side with the store picks.
Good to know. So I hope that's helpful, Jason Fisk. Jason said I've had Rob Klomster said I've had the introductory smooth amber. It's called something like 107 as well. I wasn't a fan. I wanted to base my opinion on smooth. So that's funny you bring this up. I have also had some of the other old smooth ambler. I had Evan, which were the ones we had that tasted like concrete? They were just fantastic.
There's a reason we haven't brought those up.
Yeah. There's one called like the
American whiskey.
The American whiskey. Then there's like
and then there's the 107, and then there's they have a weeded one, big level.
Yeah, big level. So
just trash. Stay far away from those.
Yeah, they're really bad. I mean, they were like one score, like one out of 5, maybe.
Actually, I think that Eric and I.
Another one, Evan. It was called the. Hang on, just 1 second. I'm going to pick it up. The Contradiction.
I've not had the Contradiction, but So what I've heard is if you're going to buy a smooth ambler shelfie, the Contradiction is probably the way you want to go. Which I still would recommend.
So we get some props. So well done, Evan and Rob Klomster. We seem to like very similar things when it comes to the samples. So lots of love here from the whiskey community for those samples. Meanwhile, my boy Whiskey Sneerson just poured the Elements of Isla 16 Sherry. Come on. I got to hear it. You got to tell us about this. We need the play-by-play, Sneerson. That's going to be an amazing one.
Eric, what did you pour, by the way?
While he does that, I just poured the Pappy. This is the Pappy 15.
Here you go.
Yep, that's the bottle. Perfect. I'll tell you what I immediately get off this is fruit. Juicy fruit. It is juicy fruit gum, apple pear, bright. There's a little bit of like a warm biscuity thing in the background. This is a weeded bourbon, right?
Absolutely.
Sure. Yeah. There's no spice in this.
No.
This is way fruity. More fruity than most bourbons I think I've ever.
I'll give a little spiel about
What's
it.
the ABV? Yeah, give us the ABV on this too.
107. So 53.5.
This is the Pappy?
Yeah. So we were talking about Weller a little bit before, and Weller and Pappy kind of go hand in hand for obvious reasons, both distilled by Buffalo Trace, blah, 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 blah. So the thought behind all of this is that, so you have the different variants in the Pappy or the Van Winkle lineup. You have the 10-year, which is not considered Pappy, and you have the 12-year, which again is not considered Pappy. And you don't get to the Pappy until you get to the 15, the 20, and the 23, and actually the 25 is old Rip Van Winkle, which is the same as the 10-year. And the 12-year is Van Winkle Reserve or whatever, Family Reserve or whatever. But so the thought process behind it is that the 15 is the same proof as Weller 107, right? So typically Weller 107 is aged at like 5 to 8 years, probably like, or maybe even 7 to 8 years, which is the same proof as the 15-year. So oftentimes people think that the stock of those barrels, when they tasted them at that time, didn't believe that they would make it to be as good as what a Pappy 15 would be at the time of bottling. So then they bottle them as Weller 107. And then the Weller 12 is similarly where they taste them and they're like, okay, well, these probably aren't going to be, they don't have the profile that we want when we're going to bottle Lot B, which is the Van Winkle 12-year variant. Yeah. So oftentimes people equate, like, do a blind between Lot B and Weller 12. You probably don't know the difference. And you could say the same thing about the 15 versus the Weller 107. But
interesting.
With the 15, you're going to get a little age difference. You're just going to tell, the profile is going to lead you more towards this has been sitting in a barrel longer than the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a treat. I mean, it really is. I mean, these are, is it worth the secondary value, which we can get into after we sip it? But yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be said about Pappy. I mean, just in general about the hype and the stigma, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, right.
Taste it, and then we can get into that.
But the proof is in the glass, and we're going to do this right now. But yeah, again, on the nose here, man, it's like, it's fruity. Juicy fruit gum, apple pear, slight biscuity, bready note in the background, but this is dominated by sweet fruit to me.
And zero ethanol. Zero.
Oh yeah, none of that at all. And what did you say the proof was?
It's 107.
Okay, so this is like 53.
53 and a half. Yeah.
All right, well, let's do this neat. Cheers.
Man. Oh, this is really good.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
There's like a, I think earlier we were talking about the creme brulee note. It's heavy in this. So immediately for me, it was like the sweet fruit, but then it's like you get the spice blend. Like this is like something you enjoy in steps. Wow, that finish. Oh, so like immediately for me, it was like, again, apple, pear, slight strawberry, whipped cream. And then you get this nice but subtle cinnamon spiciness, nutmeg almost. And then it just all comes back together. Vanilla, caramel, fruit, slight spice. The finish on this is fantastic. It is like, honestly, not as interesting as the rye, the Smooth Ambler rye, but it hangs on with a nice, again, I mean, we're in the bourbon realm here. It's like dark caramel, slight brown sugar, cocoa note, like powdered cocoa on top of a hot chocolate. Like it's kind of cloying.
So
really nice,
dude. Yeah, I mean, it's it goes without saying. I mean, the label speaks for itself, right? It to me is about as perfect of a balanced bourbon that you can possibly get, for my taste bud. like I really like weeded bourbons, and this is like I mean, I've had the 20, I've had the 23, and the 15 is far better, because with the 20 and the 23, you're getting into those levels of oakiness in the flavor profile, which kind of dominate things. And to me, take away from it. But in my eyes, a perfect bourbon is going to be between that 8 and at the high end 15 year. That's the wheelhouse.
I'm 100% with you, man. Like when it comes to bourbon, and you know, you and I have talked about this, and I know I've talked about it on the channel. Like, I find that pretty much anything over 15 years, by and large, is not as interesting to me, just because it's over oaked. I don't think, like, unlike single malt Scotch, is like again, it's climate. Part of it is climate.
Big time.
Kentucky, these things just age faster, you know. But wow, the finish on this Pappy is actually just it's really good,
dude. Yeah,
this is a bourbon. So yeah, just so everybody's aware, I know I saw somebody bring it up. This is the Pappy 15.
Yep, 2018 vintage. And again, the reason I gave it to you is because to me, it's one of my all-time favorite whiskeys that I've tried, bourbons that I've tried.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm actually gonna put a little bit of water on this, probably about a half teaspoon, just because I'm interested to see what else happens.
Yeah. I mean, but for those that are into it, or into bourbons, into weeded bourbons, I highly suggest you try it. I mean,
what would you recommend for somebody who, like, I mean, let's be real, right? The reality is that, like, unless you get this on secondary market or luckily win this in a lottery, like, you're not getting your hands on this.
No,
I mean,
not.
How much? I mean, what would you think is a comparable? I mean, when I drink this, I think about the Larceny Barrel Proof. I think about Weller 107. Not 107, actually. I'm going to take that back. I think about Weller 12. Like, just as like weeded bourbons that kind of like approach this. I mean, you're not going to get this finish. The finish on this is the winner.
Nope. And so that's the difference right there. So like when you drink a 107 or you drink a 12, like, it's kind of like you drink it and you're like, yeah, it's good. It's, you know, people hate it when you say smooth, but, you know, it's got that flavor profile that's easily relatable, easily drinkable. Like, people who don't necessarily drink bourbon can easily think that a weeded bourbon is good because it doesn't give you that punch you in the mouth like a George T. Stagg would, like that real peppery kind of finish. But when you, after, like, if you've had 12, Weller 12, and then you go to this has those layers that
the layers,
the complexity that sets this one apart.
And what's interesting, like, I put about a half teaspoon of water on this, and I get more of an alcohol menthol note in the finish than I did when it was neat. This is almost better neat, which maybe is a testament to its quality, because what did you say? This is like a 53.5% ABV. With the addition of water, I mean, this has maybe been brought down to 47, 48%. I get much more menthol. And to be honest, I think this is better neat.
Oh, no doubt.
I'll be honest though. Like, I don't think this is, despite it being, you know, obviously the wheat versus rye profile. If you compare this to, say, the Elijah Craig Barrel Proof C919, for example, which I think is the most dessert-like of those, I think that one's right there with this. It doesn't have...
But you can't quite compare those, though. I don't think they're comparable.
I'm not sure, because, like, I think that the notes that you get out of this, ultimately, I think this is more layered. I think the experience is, like, clearly distinct from, like, note to note to note, whereas with the Elijah Craig, it's a little bit more blended.
Hey,
it's not readily clear to me that, like, that overall, like, creamy vanilla frosting buttermilk note that you get off of this is, like, very similar. The finish on this now is reminding me of the ECBP. You know what? I'm actually just going to pour a little bit of it side by side.
I was going to say, do you have a Weller 107 or a Weller 12?
No, I don't. I actually don't have. I've sold off all the Wellers that I had, but I'm actually just gonna just for shits and giggles, I'm gonna pour a little bit of this Elijah Craig C919 into a glass and just compare it, because I think this will be an interesting exercise in contrast for me, as being somebody who's a big fanboy of the Elijah Craig Barrel Proof.
But you have to remember, though, you're talking about two distinctly different mash bills.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I think that the dominant notes that I get on the finish is what I'm really interested in. That's why I put a little bit of water on the Elijah Craig. Let's see. The rye spice, obviously, there's a little bit of rye on the Elijah Craig. And you're left with a little more astringency. But boy, that vanilla creamy finish it's like right there. And again, and this goes back to what we were saying. I think the Pappy is probably a more balanced, put together whiskey. But for the money, this shit is just.
So, Eric, what I would suggest is that you do that ECBP up against the George T. Stagg. I think that would be a more fair comparison.
Well, we'll do that next. We'll do that next. I'm gonna catch up on the chat here.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Oh well, one of them is a question. So Evan is Rob Klomster asked, sorry, where are you from? Evan is in Milwaukee. That's where both of us grew up, Wisconsin. Let me just catch up here. Some folks chatting with each other. Ben Demon Hunter asked what we were drinking. So we're doing Pappy Van Winkle. Pappy Van Winkle 15. Great for 110, said Jason Fisk. All user reviews. Is this the brother who smokes cigars? Has he tried? Yeah, he does smoke cigars periodically. When he gets back, I'll ask him if he smoked that one. Next up, Kilcarenate Oloroso. Oh, come on, Jason Fisk. Why is Jason Fisk trying to troll us with this? Come on, man. Dude, the Kilcarenate is... I have not had the Oloroso, but there's so much good to say about Kilcaren. So much good to say. Jason Fisk, from and this Boona is dessert in a glass. All the better. Skip supper and went straight for dessert. Oh, which Boona are you on with Whiskey Sneerson? I might have missed it. I mean, there's not a bad Boona in my opinion, but this is exactly what I wanted to see. A versus B, Pappy versus ECBP, which is preferred? So this is Pappy 15 versus Elijah Craig Barrel Proof 12. Again, as Evan mentioned, the the Van Winkle 15 it's a 15 versus a 12 year. For my palate, because I like a little bit of the rye spice, the ECBP holds its weight. And when you think about value, I don't think it's comparable. But I'm also gonna compare this Elijah Craig Barrel Proof to the George C. Stagg.
I just got to say, so I was listening, and the thing is, when you're comparing these two, you absolutely have to take value out of the equation. It's not comparable. And if you're going to take value into the equation, you have to think about what Pappy Van Winkle 15 actually MSRPs for versus the ECBP, which at that point is roughly in the same wheelhouse, right? So like if you had the opportunity to buy a Pappy Van Winkle at retail of the 15, it's going to probably be in that 100 to 150 range, I think. I don't know.
Versus Elijah Craig Barrel Proof, which is 65, 70.
Right. So again, you're talking about double the price, right?
Double the price.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's a totally compare. I think that's a fair point. I think the mash bill, you mentioned, the mash bill difference is evident. Like the Elijah Craig clearly has more spice. This would be fun to do. I mean, you couldn't really do this blind in a way that's meaningful. You know what will be interesting? Let me actually just do the Larceny Barrel Proof next.
Oh God. So you know what actually is a fun comparison to do with any of the Van Winkle lines is take a really, really nice Four Roses OESO, which OESO is my favorite of the recipes of the Four Roses single barrels. But doing that, you would find that there's some Four Roses OESOs that compare toe to toe with Van Winkles. So
doing it with the Larceny is just sharper. I mean, it's It's mintier. It's sharper on the edges. This is barrel proof larceny. Yeah, I mean the Van Winkle is a step above this, but this is a $50 bottle. That's, I mean, even at MSRP, $150. Yeah, it's chocolatier and it's also mintier. Fair enough.
But the thing is, you're not turning down a bottle of Pappy 15.
Oh, no. Not at MSRP. Not at MSRP. No. That's one of the better bourbons I've had. There's no doubt.
Yeah. Me too. I mean,
so we had a couple. I had a question that came up for you, Evan. If you smoke cigars, if you've had any of the Rip Van Winkle cigar.
So I haven't. And I know that there's a couple different ones. There's like the Pappy cigars. There's Blanton's cigars. I think all these distilleries just try to market. So this is only by hearsay, not by firsthand experience. But by hearsay, these distilleries market generic, not so great cigars by slapping, this on the on the little tape thing that wraps around. No, I mean, dude, for my taste, for my unrefined, unsophisticated cigar taste, give me a Monte Cristo white label all day, and I'm totally good with that. And I've had Cubans, I've had all sorts of different kinds of cigars, and to me, if I really want a cigar, I'll spend the $15-$17 on a Monte Cristo, because I think those are on the bullet ones too. They're so smooth and so good.
Fuck that Pappy. Damn.
Told you, dude. Told you, bro. Wait till you hit that GTS. I can't. I want to.
We're gonna do the GTS next.
You should almost do the GTS next to the Blanc.
No, I think I'll lay off on the Blanc. Well, maybe. Okay. I mean, whatever. It doesn't matter. We still got 7 people on, so fucking A. Let's keep going.
Are you gonna roll with the GTS?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the GTS next. So far.
Hey, hold on. I gotta take a time out real quick.
Yeah, do what you gotta do. Man, that Pappy 15 is good. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. Do I think it's $150 good? I'll be totally honest with you. Do I think any bourbon is $150 good? No. But do I think this is, if you have the money, yeah, this is a good one. I'm going to catch up on the chat because I've missed out on so much of what you guys are talking about. You guys are talking about Elements of Isla, which I'm assuming is a independent bottling. Are they Rob Klomstra or maybe Sneerson or Jason Fisk might have some input? So Jason Fisk, I'll tell you this: Pappy versus ECBP. Head to head, give me the Pappy. Price, give me the ECBP. I would love to hear about the Elements of Isla that you guys are sipping on, because is that from an independent bottler or not? Because I had one that was called Elements of Isla No. 2, and it was from Boutique Whiskey Company, which was basically a blend of Lafroig, Kalila, and I think Bunnahabhain that was freaking. It was a 12 year, which was fantastic. But I have to ask you guys, because I'm not sure. I might have missed it in the chat. There you go. Wash your hands, man. Welcome to the new reality.
Little Purell, man. A little Purell.
Okay. So we're gonna keep going on the bourbon samples here tonight. As my brother here he knows more about bourbon than I do, and I think I know a decent amount about bourbon, but he definitely knows more about it. And so we are going to get into some George C. Stagg, and it looks like Rob Klomstra says the Elements of Isla is an independent bottler. Okay, that makes sense. I would love to hear about the bottle that you're drinking on, because Isla Scotch is, to me, show me a better whiskey than anything from Islay for the most part. I could go down, I could tell you about my favorite Islay scotches, but I'm going to open one to close things out tonight. But we're going to do the George T. Stagg next. We're going to continue on the bourbon journey here with my brother Evan from Milwaukee. And hey, Salant Shabbat, everybody. We got 7 people on. I'm glad everybody's having a good time tonight. It's a little, here we are, it's Sunday fun day, insofar as you can call this fun day, given the state of affairs. But I'm glad that we're all enjoying a little.
Nobody has to go anywhere tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm glad that we're all, for those that do, be safe, wash your hands. This shit's real. We're able to enjoy some time away from thinking about all this, and that's the best thing we can ask for, given the circumstances. And I'm glad you all could join me tonight. So, cheers. I am going to pour now some of the George T. Stagg. This is the 2019. We'll see what's up with this. And what I'm going to ask everybody in the chat, if now that he's gone, drop in the chat what you think the best single malt scotch or scotches would be to recommend to somebody who is a bourbon head who may be interested in scotch. My brother is much more of a bourbon head. I'm more of a scotch fan, but he definitely has an open palate. And so I'd love to hear what you think you would recommend to somebody who is a bourbon person but is scotch curious. What would be the bottles you recommend? And I'll definitely be sure to share those with them. So drop those in the chat. Meanwhile, I have some George T. Stagg 2019 BTAC in the glass. And at the end of this, since I've done 3 of these 4 samples, I'll tell you which ones how I would order them in terms of my preference, and we'll go from there. So let me get a little more water. We still got a nice robust chat going, which is awesome.
Can you see me? Am I back?
Yeah,
okay.
You're back. You're back.
I was just looking up. I couldn't recall what the it's non-age stated, but what the actual age was of the 2019 Stagg.
Oh, yeah. Tell us a little bit about the Stagg.
Sure, absolutely. So anybody who's familiar with bourbon knows about BTAC, Buffalo Trace Antique Collection. And so George T. Stagg was one of the first. I think the first bottling ever was 2002. So now we are on like the 19th vintage of, well, no, that would make sense. The 17th vintage of George T. Stagg. And 2019's was actually the lightest of the ABVs than any other release in the past, which is very unusual. People were actually pretty floored when they came out and said, hey, this is going to be bottled at 116.9, which still, is pretty respectable for most bourbons. But when you're talking about George T. Stagg, people have that stigma of that this is a punch in the mouth, going to be 120 plus proof every single time, going to be a really bold, robust bourbon. So a lot of questions came into play when this thing came out, and they're like 116 proof, like what the fuck? Like virtually all the other BTACs were proofed higher than this one, which is very strange. So that being said, I love it. I think it's one of the better batches of George T. Stagg that I've had. When you're talking about 2018, 2017, George T. Stagg, they just came across as a little hot to me. Like, I'm not huge on like a bourbon that's going to be proofed higher than the flavor profile, meaning that all you're going to taste is heat. And that's what I get from Stagg Junior. So those of you who had Stagg Junior in the past.
Yeah. You said heat? All you're going to taste is heat? Okay,
yeah. So like the alcohol.
Yeah,
all you taste is alcohol.
Right.
And to me, that's just because you're a barrel proof bourbon doesn't mean that it's good. Doesn't mean that it's like I have to go out and get this. Because some of them can be really bad. And in my opinion, a lot of the Stagg Junior batches had that profile where it was just so much heat, so much fire, where you drank it, you're just like, God damn, like that's just too much. Like you don't get any flavor profile. So when I heard that this is proof down, I actually got really excited about it. I was like, this is going to be, this is right in my wheelhouse. 117 proof, perfect. So when I had it, I was like, I need to get more of this. Like, I need a backup of this. This is great. And you can probably attest when you nose this.
Yep. Oh, glad we did that right now.
The nose is incredible. It's like cherry, total cherry bomb. There's literally no ethanol, like no alcohol on the nose at all. Like it doesn't kind of grip you like what you would expect from a George T. Stagg.
Yeah, I'm with you in the sense that I'm not picking. I'm not getting a lot of heat. I mean, it's not like a Booker's where there's
exactly. Well, and that also comes with the territory of this being a 15. I think it's no less than 15-year bourbon.
Oh man, this one smells really good. The nose on this is better than, or more interesting than the other two. Well, not necessarily the rye, but I think it's more interesting than the Pappy. We'll see.
Oh, totally. But it has that robust nose to it. Like what you're getting into when you're about to sip this.
Yeah, the barrel influence is evident here.
Oh, for sure.
Pappy, the barrel influence on the Pappy was not as much there.
Yep. You can always tell a barrel proof bourbon on the nose because you just know it's like, okay, this thing's gonna rock me in the face. Like this is gonna be a flavor burst, right? And what you hope for, at least what I hope for when I'm gonna sip a barrel proof, is that I don't get all that heat where I'm like taken aback by it. Like the astringency is just so high, and it totally takes out any form of flavor.
Yeah,
and with this, I think that they did a really nice job with it. And hey, all you people in the bourbon world who are talking shit about the 19 GTS, send it my way, man. I will take it all day.
It's taking all the punchers. We're gonna put this down the hatch. Cheers.
Yeah, it's just perfect.
Oh yeah. Okay. Do you know what the mash bill is on this? Oh wow.
I don't. I can find out. Hang on 1 second.
Nope, you went black. This is interesting. This will be interesting to compare to this Elijah Craig. The nose was really nice and complex. Brown sugar, and then the fruit notes were there. But I will say the finish is a little less interesting. Yeah, it's good. I actually, this will be interesting with water. The flavor development on this, full flavor, everything's rounded. No, there's nothing to complain about. But the finish drops off a little bit more than I would have thought. You're left with, it's within the bourbon realm. You're left with like vanilla creme brulee, brown sugar, caramel, slightly cinnamon, actually more cinnamon on this. I know there's rye in the mash bill, but boy, it's not that evident. Good.
Hey, so I know you were talking about the mash bill, and
yeah,
so this is going to be, it's your typical Buffalo Trace mash bill #1, which is like 10% or less in rye. So you're right.
There's malted barley too, right? There's a little bit of malted barley, or is it just rye corn?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. Sorry, I'm gonna go black again here.
Yeah, do what you gotta do. I mean, it's hard to say. Like, it might be because it's the third one I've had, but I won't say that it's striking me as more interesting than the other two.
So
very good. But
you would
caramel, the
you would
apple, cherry fruit note. Go ahead.
So what you would probably find interesting is that if you tasted a 2018 or 2017 or 2016, the ones that were probably proofed in the kind of the wheelhouse of George T. Stagg, the outliers of the hazmats, the ones that are above 140 proof, you would definitely feel differently. Like what you talked about, like the fruity complexes, like the apple and the cherry. Like I get a lot of dark cherry. I get a lot of dark fruits. I think as you proof it up, you kind of lose that. And so
the thing that I'm actually noticing a lot, Evan, is and this might not apply to everybody, chocolate eclair. You know, like a chocolate eclair pastry, like the smell of like breaking open a chocolate eclair where it has that creamy, it's a creaminess, but then there's like a slight chocolate frosting, vanilla frosting thing going on, a slight bready note. I'm getting a little bit more of that.
I could nose this thing all day. Like the nose is just incredible.
I think the finish is actually where it doesn't compare as much to the other two, in that it's a little shorter and it's a little bit more two-dimensional. It's a little bit more like it's a little more vanilla. I haven't put water on it yet. I'm actually going to put a drop on it now.
Yeah, I should have given you a sample of the 2018 or 2017, so you could have tasted the difference in proof. Because while it's not that much. Oh no, the nose is just otherworldly. Dude, that just it coats your mouth, gives you that great finish where it's just like. I think.
Go ahead.
As I say, and you notice the big differences between when you drank the Pappy versus when you drank this. Like the Pappy is much more delicate, much more like
agreed. And that's because of the mash bill. I mean, that's the wheat.
Yeah, it's the wheat.
Yeah.
But even so, this is 10% or less rye in the mash bill. Like even so, but still somehow with the Stagg, they get you that sake in the mouth, like you know you're drinking a full flavored bourbon.
Yeah, so more
I would be so interested for you to take a little sip of the Blom right now, just to see how you think it compares to that.
All right. I mean, since we're going to do the Blom. We'll put a little Blom in the glass. And I'm going to do it side by side. This is the Blom 12-year OFKB, which you can tell us what that means.
Yeah, Old Fangled Nodder Bourbon is just how they brand it. But yeah, you're like a 12-year MGP barrel proof.
Yeah. Let me try cleansing the palate again.
But just a quick little promo. If you haven't had anything from Blom Brothers, I highly recommend it. Super awesome craft distillery in Galena, Illinois, just a little bit outside of Rockford. If you know where that is, so probably in relation to Chicago, 2.5, almost 3 hours out of Chicago, almost on the Wisconsin border. But they do awesome people. They do
way shorter finish on the Blom. I would say that the George T. Stagg BTAC has a stronger finish, but you know these are actually eerily similar.
Which I thought you would say.
Yeah, I'm pretty much there with you on that. So if I was gonna rank these in terms of like my favorites of the samples, as funny as this sounds, and again, I know that they're very different. I think that the old the Smooth Ambler Old Scout is my number one. I think the 12-year Smooth Ambler Old Scout is my number one. The Pappy is number two. I'm going to still spend a little time with the Blom, but I think the BTAC George C. Stagg is number three, and the Blom is four. And I would say that, like, if I was going to put scores on them, the BTAC, the Smooth Ambler is a 4.5 out of 5. The Pappy is between a 4 and a 4.5. I'm not sure where I would put it. Again, I'm putting value aside. I'm putting money aside. The BTAC is a solid. The BTAC is, well, I mean, it depends what the audience is and what you're trying to accomplish. But yeah, I don't disagree.
But you're talking here, you're talking allocated bottles that you can't find on the shelf.
Right.
That you're going to.
I think the BTAC is a 4. I think the Blom is 3.5. The Blom's finish is much shorter than the other ones. And honestly, I don't notice that much difference. Again, it would come down to cost, right? So, like, if you were paying, the Blom is great, but I mean,
but here's the thing, man. Like,
yes, 200, no. You know,
here's the thing, though. That's what it always comes down to with bourbon.
Well, right,
is
exactly.
The intricacies of each bottle, like you can't compare a lot of shelf bottles. Like, it's just, they're all kind of the same, right? I mean, like, there's no real differences outside of whether it's a rye or a regular bourbon or it's a wheated bourbon, right? Like, outside of those three dynamics, they're all pretty much the same. So it doesn't get to the point until you get to the higher end, higher aged, more expensive, right, bourbons that you really start to notice the intricacies of the drink, of the spirit, you know. And I don't know how it is with scotch. Like, I drink whatever scotch you send me, and I'm like, yeah, this is great.
Yeah,
blah, blah, blah. Like,
I think the one that was the most, I think of the non, obviously putting the rye aside, I think putting the Old Scout aside, I think as far as just straight up bourbons are concerned, I think the Pappy is probably the one that I think is the most well put together and interesting. I think they're all above average. I think they're all stellar.
mm-hmm.
The Blom is probably, I think the Blom is the one that I would need a little bit more time with, because admittedly I just tried it at the last second here. But the Stagg, oh man, I mean, they're all good. Like I said, these are all whiskeys, for the record, that I would say are like worth buying, depending on, you know, if you can get them at MSRP or not. But I'm wowed by the Smooth Ambler. I'm wowed by the Van Winkle. I'm not as wowed by the Stagg or the Blom, but I think they're both step up. I would be interested to do a head-to-head, and maybe I'll do this as a video sometime. I'll compare the George C. Stagg with the Elijah Craig, and maybe do it blind.
So this was probably,
what a great sample selection, and like, cheers for that, man. Those are some excellent samples. Thank you for sharing that. I'm glad I got to share it with my friends here on the Whiskey Channel, and like, these are some stellar bourbons. As you know, I'm more of a single malt guy than a bourbon guy, but I love bourbon. I would, you know, if Scotch is one, bourbon is 1A, you know, like I have no hate for bourbon. And I'm not that critical of it, but I mean, like, I feel like the challenge for me is just like, what has a more full, long-lasting vanilla frosting finish? Like, that's kind of like the world that I'm existing.
That's the barometer. That's the barometer.
Yeah, I mean, that seems where it is, and I think all of these are stellar. Yeah. These are stellar. They're better than most bourbons I've had.
So honestly, the intent wasn't for you to like make a show out of this, because obviously these are relatively unattainable. Like, that's not what people want to hear about, you know. Like, people
totally
want to like hear your review about a whiskey they can't get, you know. Like, but it's
And
fun.
that's the rub, right? Yeah, that's always the
Yeah.
rub is like a lot of these are not easy to get, but I will say that like when experiencing them in contrast to like other bourbons I've had, like these are all four of these are a step above most bourbons that I have, with the exception of, a couple. Yeah, really, really good stuff.
Yeah, and the intent for me was to give you stuff that that I'm currently reaching for outside of like everyday kind of stuff that you can find, because what's the fun in that? Like, I mean, yeah, I'd rather I like to share the good stuff with people that I love, and that's what whiskey's all about.
Exactly. And good stuff this is. I mean, I like there's no these are all just like desserts in a glass, and these are bourbons that if any of y'all can get your hands on, I mean, depending on how much money you have, I mean, if you got enough money in your credit card and you get the opportunity, I mean, I wouldn't sneeze at any of these. These are stellar bourbons. I would say that, like, go ahead.
A good question for you right now, after you just sampled all of them, is would they be worth a secondary market purchase if you had the opportunity?
Yeah, I mean, and that's a great question. And like, this is where the rubber hits the road. And for me, the answer is probably no, with the exception of maybe this Smooth Ambler if you're into rye. And the reason is specifically is that I just, again, and I brought the Elijah Craig barrel proof 12-year out as a contrast, because I think this is like, while not super readily available, pretty much readily available. Like if you go to 3 shops, you're going to find one shop that has some of this. Do I think any of these are exponentially better than this? Maybe the Van Winkle. The Stagg is right there. It's tough to say, right? Like it really is. Like I think the Craig is like this bottle. I mean, this is the C919. This is my second favorite batch out of the 2019 bottles. Do I feel like I paid, $70 for this? Do I think that like reaching for a $250, $300 bottle of Van Winkle or something is going to like give me a better euphoric experience that's worth that? I can't say yes.
Therein lies everything that you need to know about bourbon, right there.
Right. And yeah, I totally agree. It's a challenge, but like nonetheless, I mean, these are some premium bourbons. I hope everybody enjoyed like the tasting of these, and if y'all are folks that get your hands on these, I know we still got 7 folks watching. If you're folks that get the opportunity to find things like these, like I'd love to hear your comments. Feel free to drop in the comments on this live stream after we post it. I know Rob and Ben and Whiskey Sneerson's in here. Like y'all get the opportunity to try some bourbons. I mean, these are once in a lifetime bourbons, and like I got a great opportunity to do that. I'm eternally humbled for that.
While you do that, I will also say that anybody that's watching right now, if they want to reach out to me, I would be happy to work out some sort of trade or whatever. If you want to try samples of this,
please do, man. Please do. If you want to, give your email or like post it in the chat, or else like they can email me and I can relay it to you.
Yeah. Why don't we just email you? And then
I'll drop it in here again. If anybody's ever interested in like doing a swap sample of bourbons, I'm going to drop my email in here and I will relay this on to my brother. I will put this in here, and while we continue this chat, I'm going to pour one of the bottles he gave me, which is the Lagavulin 12. Oh, that's a nice pop. This is the Lagavulin 12 2008.
I'm going to step out real quick.
Yeah, feel free to do. And I'd be curious if anybody here has had Lagavulin 12 cast strength any time in their life, because I'd be really interested. I see there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in this chat. y'all got it going on here, talking about Bunnahavens, Bunnahaven 21, Bunnahaven 27. These are all like amazing Amazing drams. So good. My most expensive dram. Yeah, let me know if any of you have had many bottles I've acquired are thanks to people helping me out. Sneerson, Tony, etc. Purchasing a bottle, forget about it, says Jason Fisk. Yeah, Jason, let me know. I mean, I know you're in Canada, but I'd love to do a swap sample with you sometime because we've been chatting for a while, but I bet you there are plenty of folks here. I would be happy to. Hit me up at maltmuser@gmail.com. Maybe we can work something out. I'd love to share some samples because honestly, like the joy of all of this is the sharing. And I'll tell you right now, this Lagavulin 12 smells unbelievable. I hope you guys have enjoyed this live stream so far. This was a lot of fun. I was super excited when my brother said he was going to send me some samples. And to be honest, like I don't hunt for a lot of bourbons the way he does. So he it's a great compliment. We get to share a bunch of these samples because I just don't get a chance to try a lot of these. So it's super cool to get the opportunity. But I'd be curious if any of you have had any of the samples we've had tonight. I'm going to leave this Lagavulin 12 in the glass for a little bit. So forgive me if I'm going to skip ahead in the chat just because I can't quite follow. I don't know where I left off. I see a lot of talk about Boonahaven, which is awesome because I love Boona. And Demon Hunter's way too rich for my blood. Oh, the Pappy and BTAC are usually available at the higher end whiskey bars here, but purchasing a bottle, forget about it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the reality for a lot of folks, including me, because I can't. My brother gets a lot of these on secondary market, and you got to roll the dice if you're going to try to get them. Rabbit, I have 3 vintages of Lagavulin 12, but haven't tried one yet. The DE I just finished. Oh, well, I love the DE, and if maybe tonight is the night you crack one of those. I'd be interested what vintages you have. I just cracked the Lagavulin 12 2018.
Hey, so I was listening in on the conversation, and the people were saying that I would love to try it at a bar, but to get a bottle, and you were saying that I get a lot of retail, you get a lot of
secondary.
Well,
you're gambling on it.
Yeah, but I would say that it's all about establishing relationships, right? So
yeah.
I've established a great relationship at a local liquor store, and they've helped me out a ton when this stuff comes out. So a lot of it I have acquired at retail, but not on the others.
Don't worry, the wifey's not watching.
But hey, I grabbed this, which you had sent me. Ooh.
Oh, the Glenfiddich Project 20. That's a great pour.
Is that good?
I don't know if anybody I'm a big fan of the Glenfiddich Project 20. But we got some friends here tonight. I just poured some of that Lagavulin you sent me. Ben Demon Hunter said it. Only had Lagavulin 16, had a sample of the Lagavulin Distillers Edition. My brother and I are interested in both the Lagavulin 9 GTO. I think the Lagavulin 8 is a much more punchy, in your face, maybe a little simpler, but it's great for the price. The 9, similar.
That's going to be one of my questions.
Jason Fisk has got a question for you. Have you ever tried King of Kentucky?
Oh,
Dustin Ray.
Shit. All right. So I can say a lot about that. Hold on. Bear with me here for a second. Can I turn my camera around? Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
All right. So I recently just acquired, this is a 2018 King of Kentucky sample, as well as a 2019. And the funny thing is that I had a 2019 or 2018 bottle, and everybody was flipping their shit about the 2019. And I was like, what is this shit all about? So I got a 2018, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, I don't get why this is so hyped up. So I ended up selling it, and the person I sold it to ended up sending me back samples of the 2019 and 2018 so I could do a side by side. But what's crazy is that some of those barrels of the 2019 are super short, like talking under 100 bottles in the barrel. I don't know if it's because of the age or what. Oh yeah, and those things are going for insane amount of money on secondary market right now. I mean, I haven't tried it yet, but my gut tells me there's no way that they're worth $1,000. Like, no fucking way. No whiskey. And don't get me wrong, like Pappy 15, like if you have $1,000 to spend on a bottle of it, by all means do it. You're not going to be disappointed, but there's plenty of others, and I've never spent that much on a bottle of whiskey ever, for the record. But it just there's way too much under that threshold, and I would say the same about the King of Kentucky. But that's great. I would actually, next time I come on with Eric, I would love to do a side by side so you guys can see that.
Yeah, that would be fun, man.
But hey, tell me a little bit about what I'm about to try here.
So the Glenfiddich, that's the Glenfiddich Project 20.
Mm-hmm.
I'm making noise over here. So that one is interesting. So like they did this starting in 2016, they did that's such a great pour. They did this series in which they were doing these samples. They did an IPA, they did a rum. This one, they did a peated rum. The one that you have is like supposed to be the mark of so it's called Project 20 because 20 different like whiskey crafters like had their influence on it. It's an NAS, but it's got a lot of flavor. I really liked it. I think it's a really good dram.
Do you want me to give my amateur review of a Scotch?
Yes, do it. Let's do an impromptu amateur review of the Glenfiddich Project 2020.
So full disclosure, I don't know shit about Scotch other than what's peated and what's not, I guess. It would be
that is not peated.
No, it's not. So on the nose, I mean, like a super, like a sherry. Is it like sherry cask? Like I get a big fruity, like it's like pears and apples. Like I mean, it's traditional. It smells like a is it a Highland? Is that a Highland Scotch or
maybe? I mean, I don't think those distinctions mean that much, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Like it doesn't have like the Isla, like the peated.
Yeah, it's not peated. That's an unpeated.
Yeah, it's definitely not peated. But I mean, it smells really fucking good. Like it's super fragrant, super floral. Like like it's like you're walking through like a field of like wildflowers and I don't know, like there's fruitiness going on. Like I mean, it smells damn delicious. What's so crazy to me about Scotch is like the color. It's just like super light. And this could be aged like 20 years, and like the huge contrast to like what a bourbon would be like if you aged.
Yeah, totally. Oh, it's going down the hatch.
Dude, it's super good. I mean, like I still get like that really, really strong, like it's like pears. Like I just bit into like a Bartlett pear. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Man, that's like it's not like it's unlike any whiskey that I've had, really. I mean, it's like I still get like a sherry cask. Like, is this aged in a sherry cask?
Probably. Let me actually take a quick look. I don't remember what the like full aging on that was. I mean, Glenfiddich, right?
Tastes like apple, like it's like a fermented apple juice almost. Like
so it's port wine. Yeah, that's port wine. It's sherry and it's first fill bourbon. So there's like 3 different things going on in it.
Yeah, I mean it's really good. I mean, like would I reach for a bottle like myself with my palate? Probably not. But see what I think about Scotch. This is my very very uneducated opinion about Scotch. Is that for the Scotches that I've had, I would say that I find more intricacies in the peated varieties than I do in the non-peated varieties. So like when I drink Lagavulin 16, it's like the smell will like knock your socks off. You'd be like, holy shit, what am I drinking here? But when you actually drink it, you're like, holy shit, like man, there's this layers of complexion and like it's super delicious. It's just for me, it's just like a totally different ballpark. Like it just I don't know shit about it. Like you have a huge amount of Scotch, like crazy amount of Scotch, like comparable to my bourbon collection.
Probably right. Yeah, no, and like it's interesting. Like the way you describe that is in a lot of ways on point. I mean, Glenfiddich is a Speyside. I mean, like it doesn't. I think these regional distinctions are largely pointless, other than Isla, because Isla is, you know, with the exception of Bunnahabhain, is very peated. Hey,
I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna say I have a question for you and maybe for the people that are watching too. But like, what is everybody's opinion on Macallans? So like, I recently bought a Macallan 15, one of the varieties of their 15-year Scotches, and I've always really enjoyed like the 12, which I mean, this stuff can be had at a pretty reasonable price, and it's like an easy drinking Scotch to me. But I see some of these Macallans going for like crazy amounts of money, like crazy.
Macallan, yeah. So Macallan, like to be short, is
probably
like
opened a box of worms there, but
it's like the Weller of Scotch in the sense that it's like weirdly collectible and it's not quite understandable why. I think that most it depends. I don't know what Macallan 12 you have. Is it the bourbon cask or is it the sherry cask?
Well, let's take a look.
Yeah, I think that it depends really what it is.
That one back there.
Oh, the blue label. So that's the double cask. So that's like a sherry finish. That's predominantly ex-bourbon. I like it. I think Macallan is overpriced. I think Macallan is like I think their brand name does a lot. I'm not saying it's bad whiskey. I don't think Macallan makes bad whiskey.
Is it like what Van Winkle is to bourbon?
No. I don't think it's like that exclusive. I think thing about Macallan.
You see some of these Van Winkles, like these 30, 40, 50 year plus, like going on auction for like $50,000, $60,000, $70,000. Like people think that bourbon is expensive. Like, dude, fuck with Scotch or even wine for that matter.
Yeah. I think
totally different.
More of the Slog 12 while we do this. And let me tell you for the record, the Slog 12 is fucking stupid good.
I should want one.
Oh my God. This is.
What's the Lagavulin that they don't? Is it the 12 that they don't make anymore that frequently or what? Like, because I remember seeing one at a liquor store and go ahead. Yeah,
Lagavulin by and large. So the Lagavulin 16 is like their claim to fame. That's the flagship. Yeah. The Lagavulin 16 is a classic. You can't.
But there's one in between. There's one between like because they make like an 8.
Yeah, the 8 was released for their 200th anniversary. It's a much younger, much less complex, but peatier, smoky one. It's good, but I wouldn't say that it is. I wouldn't say that it's like. I don't think it's comparable to the Lagavulin 16. I think the Lag 16 is just like the depth and complexity you get, but plus the peat smoke is just a fucking it's a gem. It's not my favorite. And it's not one of my go-tos, but I'm not a huge Lagavulin homer. That said, continue.
One of my really quick observations on this Glenfiddich here is that I was just thinking, I'm like, what is the ABV on this thing?
47.
Yeah, 47%. And when I'm drinking it, like,
yeah,
I feel like it's like 20%. Like,
I mean, and that the Glenfiddich, that's the Project 20. I liked it because it was like it had a nice robustness to it, and it was it's not a fully developed whiskey. Like it's part of this project line where they were like releasing some stuff that was kind of off the wall for them. But I wouldn't say in any respect that it's like anything to sneeze at. I mean, it's not like no age statement. It's non-chill filtered, which is great. Put a little water on that, and I'd be interested to hear what you get. But like, yeah, it's a great whiskey. I got to go refill my water, so I'm going to hand things. Oh, where did he go? I do have to hand things over to him for a hot minute while I go refill my water. And dude, and then we can talk more about Lagavulin. Are you good Are you good for a second there? He says no.
I'm peeing.
Jesus. Okay. Well, while he does his business, I did notice there's some folks commenting. Ben Demon Hunter says Lagavulin 16 in my top 5, maybe top 3 favorites. Yeah, I'm in total agreement with you. The Lagavulin 16, there's it was probably better 10 years ago. You hear a lot of like Lagavulin homers talk about this, but by and large, I think the Lagavulin 16 is a great whiskey. Do I think, you can get, he's back. I definitely don't hate on that at all.
Hey, can you put some of the chat comments up, because I can't see anybody's chat comments?
Oh, go open a separate window.
Oh, Jesus.
And go. Yeah, I'll drop the email chat in. Oh no, I can't put it in the chat. I'll email it to you. I'm gonna respond to you with the actual YouTube link, and then you can just put this up in the in a separate window. Just no, that won't work.
But I
just put it up.
But
yeah, but you can put it up in a separate email.
Yeah, but I will lose the stream if I like.
No, you won't. Just open a new window and put
hold on a second.
Put this link in a new window and kill the volume on it, because the volume will give you feedback otherwise. But anyways, but Ben Demon Hunter is saying, yeah, Lagavulin 16, you can't go wrong. I'm totally with you. Whiskey. Sneerson. This is getting into quick time wise. Yeah, it is. We're at 7. We still got 7 folks watching, and we are rapidly getting into quick time wise. We are at 3.5 hours, so that's always great.
What do I need to do now? I need to open a new window.
Yeah, just open a new window on your browser and put that in, and then kill the volume so you don't get feedback. Jason Fiska's Lagavulin 11. I did a review recently of the Lagavulin 11. That's the Offerman edition. It's all bourbon. I think it's really good. I don't think it's as good as the 16. It's definitely not as good as this 12. But, depending on the price you find it for, you can't go wrong. I mean, the thing about Lagavulin is there's not a bad Lagavulin. There just isn't. I don't know a bad Lagavulin. There is a bad Lafroig, and it's called Four Oak. There is a bad Lafroig, and it's called Select. There's a bad not bad Arabic. There's a not great Arabic. It's called NO. Show me a bad Lagavulin. I don't know one. So I think you can buy the 11 with confidence. I wouldn't go over $80, but USD, tough to say. Are you all set up there? I think he's here. I'm not actually sure he can actually hear us, but I will tell you this much. This Lagavulin 12 is Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about this. It's freaking amazing. Oh, I've lost him completely from StreamYard. Okay. So while we figure that out, I'm going to continue to sip this. Long story short, we had some great bourbons tonight. I think this Lagavulin 12 is probably better than than any of them because, you know, we all know Scotch is better than bourbon, right? Right. Yeah. We'll see if I get lit up in the chat for this. Anyways, Ben Demon Hunter says Lagavulin 8 is more peated, of course. Much prefer Ugadal over the 60. Yeah, dude, Ugadal is a whole nother game. Even though it doesn't have an age statement, I do think it's better than the. I would drink it over the Lagavulin 16, mostly because it's the ABV. The ABV on it alone is just. I think it's like 52, 53%. Yeah, I love Ugadal. Sneerson, you left to get back. Hey, Sneerson's had some business to handle. I'm glad he's back though. Just friends shooting the shit. Oh yeah, a lot of emojis there. Looks like Mr. French is back in. It says awesome. I love the Lagavulin 12. Yeah, I'm totally with you there. Nice, Jason. Just sitting on the shelf. Yep, they were. Where are you from, Mr. French? Says Rob Klomstra. Ben Demon Hunter said, open them yet. Better juice inside in Calgary. To Jason Fisk, not sure. Not open. What the fuck? French. Just kidding. That's right. Ben Demon Hunter. That's amazing to think a bottle of those have been sitting on the shelf that long. Regular sellers, similar price. Ooh, which bottle are you guys talking about? I'm gonna try and get my brother back on here. I'm not sure what happened to him. Maybe once the bourbons were over, he was done with us. No, $100, he says. Okay. Oh, he's back. Here he is. Hello, I see you.
Yeah, I tried to go in to look at the comments and yeah, it didn't go well.
Okay, well, I'm going to hand things over to you for just a hot second while I run and take a quig and get myself some more water. So you hold down the fort.
Okay, what am I supposed to talk about?
Anything you want.
Yeah, all right. Okay, yep. So this is Malt Muser's much better, much younger, more handsome half, if you will. I don't really know shit about Scotch. That's more of Eric's repertoire, but I do know a lot about bourbon, and I wish I could see the comments regarding bourbon because that would make this a hell of a lot more entertaining for those people that are still hanging on and listening. But my thing with Scotch, I would say, is that it's a tough spirit to get into. Like if you're viewing it in like the step-by-step approach where like people start drinking bourbon and they start drinking it on the rocks or neat, or not even neat, I should say, on the rocks or with water and rocks. And it takes some time to build up to being able to drink it neat. And then until you really start fully appreciating the complexity and the profile of what the spirit actually is. You know, I feel that I never really got into Scotch in the same way my brother did, where he just kind of got into it and he took off and he was completely enamored with it to the point where he's doing this, which is super cool. But you know, he's got a very different palate than I do, where you know I appreciate it, but I'm also at the point where I'm like texting him, you know, anytime I'm at the liquor store, I text him or I like send him a picture of, hey, like, what do you think of this? Should I buy this? Should I buy this? And he's always like, oh, you're not gonna like that. Like if it's an Ardbeg or a Lafroig, like one of the really peatier scotches, he's always like, well, you're not gonna like that. You're not gonna like that. I'm just going over the every time I go to the liquor store, I'm texting you because what I'm trying to do is like walk through like what I did, where it was got into bourbon, started drinking it on ice or them with water.
I remember those conversations. You used to give me crap because I was like, oh, you're drinking Buffalo Trace. You were like, what's wrong with Buffalo Trace? And now you're like, yeah, dude.
But you're also one of those guys where it's like, hey, don't tell me how to drink my bourbon, motherfucker.
Hey, nobody, as I will always say, enjoy your whiskey how you can, but there are better ways to enjoy it than maybe others.
Sure. Yeah, but the way I was segueing into that is with Scotch. I'm like, I just like for one, like I don't need to get into Scotch. Like I don't need to have another like where I have way too much, of whiskey because I already have enough. But it's been interesting because it's such a different flavor profile, such a different whiskey or spirit in general. Like it's just completely not what I'm used to. But what's interesting about Scotch and what I will say is that like I like the fact that there's like these different regions of Scotland where it's produced and it creates these different kind of flavor profiles where you have like you have like the really like peated stuff and you have like the really like sherry cask forward those kind of bottles too. And I think the thing that I haven't experienced is like the really like higher end scotches. Like are those really do those really provide that much of a difference where you would go out and buy a like one of the things that like a bottle that I always see that I always contemplate buying is the Macallan Rare Cask because I see it and it's in the red box.
Yeah.
It's $220, right? Where it's like, okay, not completely out of the realm, but like, is that going to be really worth it? Or can you get something that's there's such a like
and like I think to pick up where you're going with it. I think for me, I started with tequila, and then I went to bourbon, and then I went to Scotch. And for me, it was like kind of similar to what you're talking about. It for like bourbon was accessible. Like when I first started drinking bourbon, it was like drinking bourbon neat, like drinking bourbon seriously, not just like, oh yeah, give me a whiskey and Coke or whatever. The thing about bourbon was like, I think the notes were like accessible in a way that it was easier to get into. Whereas with Scotch, I think you have the regional differences. Like for example, like peated whiskey, like I didn't get into peated whiskey until I had a moment.
So pause real quick. Is that kind of like the step that you would take as a bourbon drinker to rye?
Similar, but I think it's like the thing about it is that you have like your palate with Scotch, like there are a lot of sweet Scotches, but by and large, I think bourbon and even to some extent rye, at the end of the day, it's got a lot of corn in it, and corn is sweet. Like it's a sweet drink, right? I mean, like most bourbons I drink, when I think about them or I review them, it's like, okay, there's the bourbon notes, right? There's the caramel, the vanilla, the slight brown sugar, and then it's like, what else do I get? With Scotch, it's a little different because you end up in this place where like there's not a unifying theme to it necessarily. Like Isla Scotch, for example, which is what I'm drinking right now, which by the way, this Lagavulin 12 is fuck out of here. Like, this is stupid good. There's peat, there's non-peat, there's fruit forward, there's sugar, there's there's grassy barley forward. Like there's Scotch has a much more historical like wine cask finish.
Yeah.
And I think that like wine cask finishes with barley versus corn, I think you get you get a little bit more nuance out of it. And that's coming from somebody who's ignorant, like in the sense that I have not had a lot of bourbons that are like wine forward, which we're starting to see. You're starting to see like
port finishes.
Yeah, the port finishes, all of this. But at the end of the day, it's about the mash. And like barley is not as much of a strong note as corn, I think. And so when you have a corn whiskey, like you kind of ultimately get the corn thing.
So totally appreciate those comments. But like when I'm drinking this Glenfiddich, which to me is like a sherry cask, fruity Scotch, what I would think of as any other Scotch outside of peated. When I drink that, like I can't really tell the difference between like if I were to drink a Macallan 12-year. Like they both kind of taste the same. And like I feel like I'm at that spot though with Scotch where I just like my palate just doesn't recognize big differences between. It's like almost equating it to like, so can you tell the difference between a $15 bottle of wine and a $30 bottle of wine? And to me, I absolutely can. Like a low $10 to $15 bottle of wine versus a $30 bottle of wine, there's a big difference. But when you go from that $30 bottle of wine to $100, can you really tell the difference? And it's like, no, I really can't. Like to me, it like with wine, it's all about like, is this like totally repugnant or like not smooth at all? And like those are the differences between 10 and 30, but then 30 and 100, I don't know, It's just like
you make a really good point. And I think that like when it comes to Scotch, the way to do it is honestly through tasting flight. Is through like there are, 5 or 6 different regional styles. I'm not a big subscriber to this idea that like there's a quote unquote Highland style. Like, okay, but can you really compare a Glenmorangie to an Old Pulteney? They're both Highland. Can you really compare them? Like, I don't think you can. Can you really like, is there really something similar other than that it's 100% malted barley? I would say but that the best way to like do the tasting side of it is through is honestly through a flight where you get a step up style. So like most folks who are like in the
low end and you move up towards the higher end.
No, not like you graduate from space side to Highland, but rather that like you get a rounded view of the profiles. So like there's a profile of an Oloroso sherry aged Scotch. There's a profile of a peated Scotch. There's a profile of a bourbon only Scotch. The thing about it is that like a great example. So like you're doing the Project 20 right now. The Project 20 is like a mix of like, there's ex-bourbon, there's Oloroso sherry. Like you're getting a little bit of everything. And it's got like some complexity, but it's still like an NAS. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like a high-end Scotch. What I would say is like, take that profile you get and let me give you a Ben Romick 15. Let me give you even like a Highland Park 12.
So
we're like, and you'll notice. Go ahead.
Perfect example, dude, is when we were in DC and you gave me the black art, the bucolic black art, whatever. Like that to me, you could taste that was not your ordinary Scotch. Right. Like that was not your run of the mill shelfer. Like that had something that went above and beyond like what I would consider like a GTS to like, a fucking Evan Williams, like
exactly
had that complexity that went above and beyond. But and maybe you can comment on this, but I guess what I see in Scotch is that there's so many different, like, when you look at the shelf of Macallans, there's like 12 different kinds, like there's like Macallan 12 Sherry Cask, Macallan 12 Oloroso Cask, Macallan 12 Rare Cask, or whatever the case may be. And I feel like every brand has in their product line just such a breadth of these different kinds where it's like it gets so confusing and muddled where it's like you don't know what's good and what's not. And
Yeah.
I don't like you don't get that with bourbon so much. I mean, like you have Heaven Hill and you have like 5 different product lines in there, right? You kind of know what you're getting with each one. But I feel like there's so many different variations of each product line within the Scotch category where to the average consumer or to somebody like me who's not educated enough to know like what is what, it's very confusing. Like when I showed you that Macallan 12 or 15 or whatever the hell it was that I bought in the blue box, there was 3 other ones that said 15 on them, but they were different colored boxes. And I'm like, I don't know which one to get. I just got like the most modestly priced one that I could find, you know? And to me, that's
a really good point.
That's the problem with Scotch to me.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point. And Macallan, I think, and maybe some folks in the chat will comment on this, but like Macallan has a signature profile, but they're very diverse in the things they do. And I think that like by and large, the nature of Scotch is that a lot of them have a signature profile, much like bourbon, but they do different things with it. And Macallan is more egregious in this. So like going into a store and seeing 3 different versions of Macallan 12. If you don't know anything about Scotch, Macallan 12 is a great starter, but which one do you go with?
Exactly.
There's the Macallan 12 double cask. There's the Macallan 12 sherry cask. There's the red box. There's the blue box. I don't know. There's like a triple cask, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think the best way to
it's marketing.
Well, it is, but I think the best way to approach it is to like understand. Like you almost have to like come around to a fundamentals, but like the fundamentals are. This is going to sound muddled, but like there's a variance, right? Every distillery has its own signature style. And the way to differentiate between the two or between styles is honestly to look at like maturation or finishes. So for example, like when we talk about Macallan 12, there's the double cask, which is ex-bourbon finished in sherry. Then there's a sherry cask, which is all sherry cask. Like which one do you buy? I don't think Macallan is a great starter, even though the brand is so big, mostly because of that point. If you ask me, like, what are some scotches to start with to understand the variance of Scotch? This would be my flight. Glendronach 12, which is a sherry cask finish. Springbank 10, which is slightly peated, but it has a funkiness because it's Campbelltown. Lafroig 10, because it's heavily peated. And Highland Park 12, which is like a very lightly peated, but sherry bourbon influence. And then maybe throw in a Glenfiddich or a Glenlivet 12. So in other words, like what you want to look for is just like what it's matured in. Because Scotch by and large pulls very much from like bourbon and sherry. Like those are the main two, right? Either it's aged in ex-bourbon or it's aged in ex-sherry. You can then break it down further. But like if you were going to just like, I want to try a fruitier Scotch, I want to try a more bourbon influenced Scotch, it's about the finishes. And like I think that's a big thing. So Macallan is actually like one of the worst places to start because Macallan is diverse almost to a fault. And so it's confusing. So like that's where you end up.
So speaking of Macallans, here's another sample that you gave me, which is Macallan Edition
5. Oh yeah. Pour that now. Yeah.
Which I will, but I got to step out and use the bathroom real quick. But
yeah, no, you're fine. I have the box for the Macallan Edition 5 right here. This is, it's aged in a whole variety of things. The second thing, like, I'll tell you when you get back, but I'm sure folks will largely agree with me. Yeah, Jason Fisk says Macallan is running on reputation. Current versions are not what they used to be, as it's been explained. Yeah, I agree. Whiskey Sneerson, in the middle of the Uno tourney here with the fam, keeping tabs though, bros. Sneerson, that's awesome. I hope you're winning that Uno tourney. Jason Fisk says that Malt Miser, what is that Evan is attracted to relating to the bourbon realm? What is he looking for? So Jason Fisk asks a really good question. And we're going to post this up, and I'll let him answer this when he comes back. I don't know about you guys, but like for me, bourbon, when I made the switch from Scotch to bourbon as being like the thing I was most interested in, it was mostly because bourbon is constrained primarily by the corn. It's the corn. It's very sweet. I think there's like you can get variation. So like I look at it this way, like the variation in bourbons across shitty bourbon to like high profile bourbon is like this wide, right? It's a pretty wide range. But with Scotch, it's like this wide, right? Like it's really wide. I'm gonna try to get my hands right here. It's really wide because I think that there's just more ability for like barrel influence to have its subtleties. And I think it's partially because of malted barley versus corn, because I think corn is just a much more dominant flavor. But yeah, for me, it's not even a question. But to your point, like if you're going to pour the Macallan Edition 5, I mean, think about, so the Macallan Edition 5 is all wine cask. No, that's not true. The Macallan Edition 5 is first fill bourbon, refill hogshead. It's like 4 different wine casks plus bourbon at 48%. So pour that in the glass and tell me what you think off the top of your head.
I just poured the Edition 5.
Yeah, I mean, like, have a sip of that, and then like think about that compared to the Glenfiddich that I gave you. I gave you the Glenfiddich that is not simple. Like I'm giving you that's a much different.
So right away, I can tell a lot more complexity on the nose. Like the Glenfiddich Double X or whatever it was very like one-sided in the note. It was all like very fruity. Like this has got some like spice, like something else to it.
Wait till you try
it. like I don't want to say like baking spice, but like yeah. It smells denser. Like it's got more layers to it than the other. And this might be what I was actually looking for before. And the question that I asked you was like all of them feel very much the same. Like what differentiates like this Macallan between this Macallan and blah 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 blah. And yeah, I might have answered it right now.
Yeah, I mean, take a sip of that and tell me. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's night and day difference, dude. Oh yeah, dude. This is way better. Like way better. Like to me, like that's got like complexion. That's got like dynamic to it. Yeah, man, that's really good. I like that.
I mean, how would you compare that to the Macallan 12? I mean, maybe do a side by side.
Well, yeah, I'd have to get it. It's been so long. I came in the basement to show off the bourbon collection.
Oh.
People can actually see it.
So
I heard a question in there.
A question came up for you, and it said, "What is it that is attracted to you relating to the bourbon realm, and what is it that you look for?"
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think it is a lot to do with what everybody who's interested in XYZ spirit is looking for. You get attracted to something by the flavor profile, by it's quite honestly, to me, like one of the biggest things about bourbon is like how it's made and like what it's meant to be for. And to me, this might cross all the whiskey genres, but like whiskey to me, it's meant to be shared. It's meant to be appreciated. It's meant to be drank, right? Like fuck all these people who are hoarding shit for no reason and not opening bottles. It's stupid. It's stupid. Like it doesn't do you any good sitting in the bottle on your shelf.
Agreed.
But personally, like, yeah, this was with bourbon for me. It became a slow thing. Like it was, I really liked like Bullet, right? I started drinking Bullet, which I never drink ever anymore. It was like a Bullet and Coke, and then it kind of evolved to, I'll try it neat. I'll try it with ice. And then it was like, well, there's probably better stuff out there. And then, then my brother, kind of influenced, the whole whiskey thing on me. And unfortunately, I should say fortunately, we charted on different paths where he went more the Scotch way and I went more the bourbon way. But like, bourbon is it means a lot more to me than just like drinking it, like it's got something behind it. Like it's made from the earth and it's got this maturation process, which you guys can relate to in the Scotch world, where this thing that you're drinking sat there for 15, 20, 25, 30, whatever. Maybe not so much in the bourbon world, but in the Scotch world, I know it gets longer. But this thing sat there and went through all these different seasons, and and you have that opportunity to try it, and like that's such a cool thing to me. Like there's people that work at distilleries that one generation will only experience 2 batches of a certain kind of whiskey they produce because it's sitting in the barrel that long, and that is amazing to me. Like that is super cool, super unique, and this stuff is not altered. It's not made with any sort of additive to enhance flavor, to enhance color, to enhance anything. Like it solely comes from these grains, and like what comes up, like what comes out of these grains is what influences what this spirit tastes like. And to me, it goes above and beyond like vodka or gin or whatever. Like it has meaning behind it. And
sure,
as you progress in it, like you're always trying to find the really good stuff, right? I mean, it comes with anything. Like any hobby that you have, you're not always going to be trying to find like, the best of the low end product. You're always going to be trying to get the higher end, and it forces you to go out there and try this stuff and keep trying more and more and more until you find what you really like. And for me, it was what I've learned is that I was always the kind of person that I had to have like all the top end stuff. I had to have all the high end bottles, and I was going to do whatever I had to do to get them. And then when I had them, I realized that like, hey, you know what? This bottle of 2007 Pappy Van Winkle 23, it's a Stitzel-Weller bottle. Am I ever going to really open that? Is it really worth the $2,500 I could get for it? No, it's not. So you have to go through this evolution where you have to realize what it is that you actually like. And for me right now, I really like these MGP bottles. Like it's like they're more accessible and they don't cost as much. And I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm a victim of like the whole what's happened to the whiskey industry, but it's, to me, I don't think you need to go to buying bottles of Pappy Van Winkle to be happy with your bourbon collection. Like you just don't. Like
I totally agree with you. I mean, I feel the same
sorry
way.
for the ramble, but
no, yeah, I feel the same way about Scotch. It's like there's always going to be a bottle that you don't have that you want.
Yep.
There's always going to be something you want to taste, and like you learn to like live within your means to some degree, even though we all feel that. And then you find one when you can, and you take advantage.
And you know what? There will always be more aged bottles of whiskey. Always. Always.
That's very, very true.
I mean, it's great to have the collection, but that comes at a price, and it's hey, you know what? I'm fortunate, but what I'm doing tonight with sending my brother 4 phenomenal samples that we otherwise would be drinking together, that's what it's about right there.
Agreed, man.
That's what it's about.
And maybe someday I'll send you back a sample of this Lagavulin 12, which, by the way, is stupid good.
I already uncorked it and filled it up with some half-ass shit in there.
Yeah, right. I mean,
joking,
who knows, right?
Joking.
Yeah, no, that's real talk. Yeah,
I think do this again.
We definitely should, and I definitely love the fact that we got to hang out with everybody tonight, and we are just heading over the 4-hour mark. I have a delicious glass of Lagavulin 12. Yeah, I know, right? Here we are.
I got the McAllen 5.
Good deal. We will head out to pasture for the rest of the evening, and I hope everybody stays safe. I hope we take those words with us, and continue to wash your hands, keep it safe. We'll all weather through this together, and enjoy some good whiskeys, and we'll leave it at that. So,
cheers, guys.
Everybody.
Thank you.
We'll catch you next time.